Okay, and now live.
Keep smiling.
Have we got everyone from the parish?
Yes.
Yes.
What about from the Breckland? Have we got everyone? Don't think we have. Susan?
No, we've still got housing
Housing, right.
and yeah.
Okay. We'll wait for 9:30 and then we'll...
Here you are, coming down. Here you are, Trevor. Right.
Susan, is James Heaton and Lisa Oakley both joining us, or will we just be having one representative from?
There's James. There you go, there's James.
Yeah, and is Lisa joining us or not?
Yeah, I hope so.
Good, okay.
She's planning to be, because she messaged me earlier to say how far in advance do we need to log in.
Right.
Lisa's just joining now. I can see her image appearing.
Oh, yes.
No.
Right. I can't see her, but I've got an icon. Is
Morning,
she?
Lisa. Are you there?
Morning, I'm here. Everyone can hear me.
Yeah, see you now.
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. Is it the fact that Teams can only have 9 people on the screen at any one time?
It's that it has to divide it equally, John. It can't divide equally into two.
Or is it the way I'm set up?
No, I can only see 9 as well.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to go. Who wants to go? I'll
Go on then.
That'll be a quick one, won't it?
We haven't even started yet.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. my computer has just clicked over to 9:30, and so I'm going to open this hearing into the Saham Toney Neighbourhood Plan. Am I saying your village right, Saham Toney?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
That's positive, and thank you everyone for coming online nice and early, because it's always a stress that with these virtual hearings that someone's trying to connect, or more importantly, the examiner's trying to connect and can't join the meeting. So thank you, everyone. My name is John Slater, and I'm a chartered town planner, and I've been employed or appointed by Breckland Council, the local planning authority, with the consent of Saham Toney Parish Council, the qualifying body responsible for the preparation of this plan. The role of the neighbourhood plan examiner is set out in the legislation. Unlike a local plan examination, my remit is solely to determine whether the plan meets the basic conditions and the legal requirements. It's not a test of whether it's a sound plan. My task is to ensure that the submitted plans meets all the statutory tests that a neighbourhood plan is required to meet. Just to remind everyone, the legal tests include whether the plan contains policies relating to the use and development of land. It does not include what is called excluded developments, which covers mineral and waste development, for example, or nationally significant infrastructure projects. The 6 basic conditions tests are as follows. Whether it is appropriate that the plan is made having regard to Secretary of State policy and advice. And that tends to be set out in the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, Planning Practice Guidance, and written ministerial statements. The next one is whether it will deliver sustainable development. And we'll be looking at that. Whether it is in general conformity with the strategic policies set out in the development plan, which I'm assuming is the Breckland local plan. Whether the plan complies with European legislation, including the Human Rights Act, and whether the relevant sections of the Habitat Regulations 2017 have been complied with. As an examiner, I have 3 options open to me in respect of the neighbourhood plan. I can recommend that the plan goes to referendum unamended. I can recommend that the plan can go to referendum if suitably modified in line with my recommendations, or I can recommend that the plan does not go to referendum. As a general rule, examinations are expected to be dealt with by the consideration of written material only. And whilst we're only looking at a specific number of issues, I will be considering all representations made at Regulation 16. But today we're going to be concentrating on a specific number of topics, and it doesn't mean that other issues aren't going to be fully considered as part of my examination. The holding of a public hearing is exceptional, but I have decided one is necessary to allow me to properly examine this plan, and in particular to explore a number of issues which I have already set out. In these days of the COVID-19 pandemic, actual holding face-to-face hearings can't take place, and we're meeting today via Microsoft Teams, and the proceedings are being streamed so that the public can see the proceedings, and I believe a recording will be made and placed on both the councils and the parish council websites, if possible. And I'm assuming that everyone taking part in today's hearing is agreeable that the proceedings be recorded. Today's sessions will look at the topics which I set out in my initial comments document dated the 20th of January. These will be the framework for today's discussions, and there may be other supplementary matters that we explore today. I've issued a guidance note and agenda for today's virtual hearing, and that includes the agenda. And hopefully everyone will have seen that. It's basically my intention to try and stick to the running order, and it also sets out the principles of how I will be conducting this hearing. Once I've dealt with any housekeeping matters, I will then make some preliminary comments which will set the scene for today's discussion. And I'm going to offer the opportunity of parties to introduce themselves and to the parish council to make some opening remarks. As I said in the guidance notes, I will be leading today's discussions and I'll be the person to ask the questions. But I want to allow all parties to be able to contribute fully. And if you indicate that you wish to contribute, please do not hesitate in trying to gain my attention, raising your hand or whatever, so I can invite your participation. I want today's hearings to be as informal and relaxed as possible, but at the same time recognise that the hearing's purpose is serious, in that it is intended to help me come to conclusions on a document that will form part of the development plan used to determine planning applications over the next decade or so. I'm confident that we should be able to deal with all matters in the one day, and I have ambitions that we will finish by lunchtime, but I suspect that's probably rather optimistic. Today's hearing is a bit of a first for me because I'm conducting a hearing before I've actually visited your plan area, and I'm fully intending to make my visit as soon as government travel restrictions allow. So we will be concentrating on more policy issues rather than necessarily site-specific issues. I am very conscious that as an outsider, you as local representatives and residents will know your village far better than I do, so please bear with me when I get places wrong or whatever. I'm proposing to call for an adjournment mid-morning, and if we need to go into the afternoon, I'll break for lunch about 1 o'clock. I really must stress that at this stage, in all the issues, my mind is not made up, and I am here in listening mode, and by asking questions, it will help me come to my conclusions, which I will then take forward in my report. My options are limited by the legislation as to what I can and can't consider, but essentially I will be driven by the Town and Country Planning Act, and in particular whether the plan can go forward having regard to the basic conditions. That's my cornerstone. Are there any matters of procedure for today's hearing, or any matters that people want to raise at this stage before I ask Brian to introduce the parish council team? No, okay. Brian, I know Chris is going to be leading, but as parish councillor, would you like to introduce the same Toney team, please?
Yes, thank you, John. Good morning to you all. Let me welcome you to the parish of Saham, Toney, and the people representing the parish here today. First of all, we have Jill Glenn, who is the accomplished parish clerk and has been for many years, and clerk to the steering group. Will you raise your hand, Jill, just so everybody knows? Thank you. Thank you. Myself, myself from the council, Brian Hinkins, parish councillor, ex-chairman, and chair of NP steering group for a period of 5 years. I'll raise my hand. And now on to the NP work group. Chris Blow, leader of the MP work group. Chris, identify yourself.
He's disappeared.
Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes, I'm here.
He's got his. Chris, you're on. Your microphone's muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Have you turned your camera off?
That's it, gotcha.
No.
Okay, Chris, thank you. We have Andrew Walmsley, who is work group co-leader. Thank you, Andrew. And Rachel Vogger, consultant to the MP group. Thank you, Rachel.
Good morning, Rachel. Morning, everyone.
That's the introduction from the parish council point of view.
Thank you, Susan. I'll ask Susan because I said I point the questions. Can you introduce the team representing Brecon, the local planning authority, please?
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of sort of individuals from Brecon Council, first of all, we have Chris Hobson. Chris, can you wave your hand?
Hi there, everybody.
Hi.
Chris is from the Principal Planning Officer from the Development Management Team or Planning Application Teams in terms of plain English. In terms of housing, we have both Lisa Oakley and James Heaton. Just to clarify, Lisa, will you be taking a lead today or will James?
Morning, everyone. It will be a combination, a combo team between James and I. Thank you.
Okay. And then last but not least, Andy Darcy, the Planning Policy Team Manager, and has been involved with sorting out some of the technical bits and pieces to set up the hearing. So many thanks for all the work he's done on that so far.
Great.
And then last but not least, my name's Susan Heinrich. I'm the Neighbourhood Planning Coordinator, and I have sole responsibility for assisting parish councils produce neighbourhood plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I've just got some preliminary comments to make before I invite the parish council to offer some introductory remarks. First of all, thank you both parties, the parish council and Brecon, for the summary information that you provided on Monday. It's helpful. It's helped me frame some of the questions and help me prepare. I firstly want to congratulate the Saham Toney Parish Council for submitting what is a very clear and well presented document. It uses maps very clearly and photographs. I almost got a feel for the area without having visited. It is one of the longest neighbourhood plans I've actually encountered, but we don't measure it in terms of necessarily pages, but I think it's the second longest neighbourhood plan that I've dealt with. The largest was Bracknell, which is the largest neighbourhood plan area in the country. But it's very clear to me, reading the plan, that it's addressing issues that are important to the village and the villagers. And that's a key role for neighbourhood plans. They don't need to duplicate local plans. They just need to focus on the issues that the residents are asked to deal with it. I also want to commend the parish council for the depth of the evidence base that sits behind the plan, and I'll be relying on those documents as I prepare my examination report. I've gone through most. I haven't gone through all of them, but there is. I should imagine that we're going into the thousands of pages by the time I count out everything, and I haven't gone through every single document at this stage. On the issue, one of the things I want to explore is whether there is information that is repeated throughout the plan in terms of individual sites and policies that could perhaps be presented in a more concise way. And I'm raising this issue because the Secretary of State guidances and I quote, "Whilst the contents of plans will vary depending on the nature of the area and the matters to be addressed, all plans need to be focused, concise, and as accessible as possible." Moving on, the legislation covering neighbourhood plans is that the neighbourhood plan, as part of the development plan, is setting policies on how planning applications are to be determined. It's not a document that can prescribe how planning applications are processed, who needs to be consulted, and what information needs to be provided with a planning application. Whilst planning policies across a district can vary where there are neighbourhood plans in place, there is an expectation that planning procedures will be applied consistently, and these matters are covered by secondary legislation such as the Development Management Procedures Order. Moving on, the Parish Council has taken a remarkably positive approach to the question of housing numbers and allocating sites beyond the numbers that would be expected from the local plan. Believe me, that is a really refreshing position to be within. Many a neighbourhood plan is seeking to constrain development to the absolute maximum that is allowed by the local plan, and I commend the Parish Council. On the other hand, the plan is very prescriptive in terms of being specific as to precise housing numbers on sites, how the sites should be laid out, the actual phasing of developments in a number of phases, what social and physical infrastructure needs to be in place before development can take place, and even to some extent stipulating who occupies rental housing accommodation that is built on some sites. I'll be testing today whether a more flexible approach may allow the plan to be able to do what the legislation and the policy, which is to shape development and add a local dimension to the strategic policies set out in the local plan without unduly restricting development in too rigid a fashion. Just to say that I think the topic A, which is looking at the plan, will probably take up the most part of the certainly this morning's session, but we'll then be in time looking at the 8 policies that cover surface water flooding, which I can appreciate is the top of residents' concerns in view of flooding events that have taken place in the village over the last decade or so. I will be testing the extent to which the choice of sites has been influenced by whether sites are at risk of flooding. We will be then looking at the question of whether enshrining technical requirements in the form of planning policy is a necessary and appropriate response to the issue. We will be discussing what information is needed to be supplied before a planning authority can establish the principle of development. Is it necessary for the planning authority in deciding whether to allow the development to know whether a technical solution to flooding is available without actually designing that flood system before the application is determined? Just to give an analogy to set context the way I'm thinking, a policy could require a site to be appropriately landscaped so that it blends into the locality without knowing the precise species and planting density and maintenance and watering regime at a planning application stage. Finally, as I said earlier, the purpose, if I'm asking questions, is to test the plan against the basic conditions. I have not made up my mind in any way, and I'm very much listening to the arguments and will be taking away and reflecting on them at the end of the hearing. That concludes my opening remarks. So can I ask Chris, I think you're going to talk us through the for about 10 minutes maximum, please.
Yes.
How the parish is presented or has come about preparing the plan.
Yes, will do. Thank you, John. As I said last week, I'll just share my screen to show you a few slides. They're really just to give you a bit of context to what you're going to hear.
Can I just say that for the purpose of any of the public who are viewing this, that we had a trial run last week to test that the conditions are made, and we dealt with some minor housekeeping points, and one of which was the invitation to the parish council to present, and Chris asked to make some slides available, which I was allowed to. There hasn't been a separate pre-hearing.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's just screen that up. And the right one. Okay, start the slideshow.
Oh, that's interesting. I think nearly every neighbourhood plan says their village was mentioned in the Doomsday Book. Now we go back to 2000 BC. So you're a first.
Oh yeah, okay, right. Development in Saham Toney dates back at least 6,000 years. There have always been constraints on growth, which has thus happened at a gradual pace. We recognise from an early stage, in order to be effective, our plan must address today's principal constraints, which in no particular order are the availability of services and facilities, local housing need, highways, the local landscape character's sensitivity to development, and flood risk. In doing that, the plan aims to cater for growth while respecting and mitigating each of the constraints, which is surely a key principle of sustainability. In preparing the plan, we adopted a well-balanced approach, weighted neither towards growth nor to the local environment, and which is thus socially as well as economically and environmentally sustainable. Hence, we do not think it reasonable to cherry-pick policies in a way that will significantly tip the balance towards growth. Likewise, we don't think aspects of the NPPF should be cherry-picked to support a particular case, but should, like the plan, be taken as a whole. At the heart of neighbourhood planning is the principle that it should be used by local communities to address local issues, that higher level plans have neither the scope nor the knowledge base to tackle. That is what our plan does. From the outset, we decided it could not fulfil its purpose if it simply tackled issues in a superficial and ambiguous way, and instead it must provide the necessary detail for all parties to gain a common understanding of development requirements in Saham Toney. We have fully embraced development by allocating 70 houses on 9 sites, more than double the minimum target for Saham Toney, while leaving flexibility for other development to come forward. During plan preparation, as we increased our focus on growth, likewise we gave more attention to adequately mitigating constraints to growth. By commissioning a series of professional studies and assessments, we confirmed our intuitive understanding of the constraints, and our policies evolved to address them in a way aimed at maintaining the plan's sustainability balance. A call for sites resulted in potential for 222 dwellings on 16 sites, and a further 59 were the subject of 2 undecided planning applications at that time. From that starting point, the level of growth set out by the plan was determined by an objective, analytical, and exhaustive process of site assessment and selection that avoided any preconceptions. In practice, all sites had constraints. In some cases, those were mitigated by applying specific policy criteria, and, where necessary, by adjusting site boundaries and/or capacities. For others, the constraints could not be adequately mitigated, and those sites were not allocated. It is unreasonable and unjustified to propose that our site allocation process, which no consultee opposed at any stage, now be largely disregarded by A, deleting or diluting policy criteria applied to mitigate development constraints, B, by redefining maximum housing numbers for which ample evidence has been provided as minimum numbers which may be exceeded contrary to the sustainability evidence, and C, by increasing site densities. Neither is it appropriate to remove some of the plan's important protections for the local environment, particularly those relating to infrastructure and flood risk. In combination with allowing a greater level of development, that would deliver a double whammy to sustainability. To ensure sustainability and certainty, aspects of the plan are prescriptive, but we have justified that with clear, detailed and persuasive evidence. Our policies provide certainty by reflecting the evidence in an unambiguous, comprehensive and robust way. The evidence base for the plan is extensive and in most cases professionally prepared, and its main elements are worth highlighting. Site assessment, site selection and master planning reports justify not only why 70 dwellings are allocated, but also why greater numbers are not. Strategic environmental and habitats regulations assessments show that the plan's policies have an overall positive impact on the environment and protect habitats of special importance, and so help confirm the plan is in balance. The landscape character assessment defines the sensitivity of various areas to development, and in doing so, supports and guides the site selection process, as well as any future development decisions. The transport study shows that site allocation, to the extent defined, will not have an adverse impact on the local highway network, and that all allocated sites can be safely accessed. The flood risk study demonstrates that the issue is well covered by the surface water management policies. The housing needs assessment establishes specific local needs and demonstrates that housing tenure requirements differ from those of the district as a whole.
Yeah.
Other than minor points on our environmental reports and some helpful advice on how to make our design guide more village specific, none of the evidence base has attracted adverse comment during 4 rounds of formal consultation. Taken together, the evidence base paints a clear picture of how growth in Saham may take place in a sustainable way, and that's what underpins our policies. That, coupled with community support and landowner confirmation of their site's availability, gives us confidence the plan promotes an acceptable level of sustainable and deliverable growth. We do accept that a plan must offer flexibility, and that is built into our plan. But flexibility is not best ensured by ambiguity. Certainty benefits all involved in the planning process and is far more likely to reduce costs and delays than add to them. The use of terms such as must and will, as opposed to should, are an inherent part of providing certainty, but we have applied them in ways that ensure adequate but not unlimited flexibility. If the plan's robustness set out to hinder development, our case for its level of certainty would be weaker, but that is not the case. Through site allocations alone, the plan delivers more new houses than the minimum specified for 4 of the 18 local service centres in the local plans, those being a higher tier in the Breckland settlement hierarchy. That being the case, there is no justification for rewording the plan to allow an unspecified additional number of new dwellings. Conversely, we see every justification for robust policy criteria to mitigate the constraints I mentioned earlier. We will be happy to discuss in detail any of the constraints and how they have influenced policies, but in the limited time I have remaining, I'd like to focus on those relating to drainage. We listened carefully to the local community on all aspects of the plan, but it was most passionate and vociferous on the topic of flood risk. Many households are not simply concerned about that, but utterly fearful of it, and understandably so, given that about 1 in 7 are at direct risk, and many have suffered 2, 3 or more flood events in the last 5 years alone. We heard phrases along the lines of, not a single new house should be built until flood risk is stopped, many times. We understand the plan cannot take such a direct stance, but will not willingly hang villagers out to dry on this topic, as one person observed would be the case if the plan failed to protect against flood risk in a rigorous way. The plan would fail in its duty if it did not provide rigorous policy safeguards. The Neighbourhood Plan is in essence a contract with the local community and the development industry to be administered by the local planning authority. As with most contracts, it will be in use for many years, in this case 15. Over that period, its detailed wording will be scrutinised, and any areas of doubt or vagueness will be used by various parties in the planning process to suit their own purpose. Just as the plan balances growth with preservation of the local environment, so too must this contract maintain a good balance between the parties in the process, so that developers can provide the right number and type of homes in the right places, while present and future villagers continue to enjoy all there is to value about life in Saham Toney. Amending the plan to tip the balance in either direction will render that contract unfulfillable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Just stop sharing my screen. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that introductory remark. And we will be touching on a number of the issues that you raised during today's session. And whilst I hope that you will appreciate my role is required to look at all the issues and look at it in the context of how it complies with the basic conditions and how it meets the legal requirements. I'm not here to necessarily adjudicate on any issues between the planning authority and the parish in terms of the arrangements that what has and hasn't happened in the past. It's very much looking forward, and I appreciate the positive way that you've set forward the tasks that the steering group has taken place. I'd like to now move on to lead a discussion on the plan as a whole. First of all, I'm very grateful for the response where that came through on Monday, that there is parts of the text that perhaps is repeating national or other guidance and could be removed. Can I ask, I'd like to look at some areas where reading the plan, the same text appears in numerous areas. In terms of the allocation policy, there are statements in there that should a developer purchase this site in advance of a planning application, that will be done in the full knowledge and understanding of the criteria specified in this allocation policy. Therefore, only under exceptional circumstances shall viability be accepted as a reason to vary these conditions. That appears in paragraphs T2, H2, I2, J2, K2, L2, M2, N2, O2, P2. And I'm wondering whether it would be possible to, in terms of criteria affecting all sites, whether a statement would cover that aspiration. Similarly, when it refers to the stone curlew, that appears in a number of paragraphs, and when you come to the flooding policies, there are equally statements that appear in each of the policies, and I quote, policy H8C, together with other surface water drainage policies, has been developed in close liaison with the lead flood authority at Norfolk County Council and with the local statutory water provider, Anglian Water. Both organisations have provided formal and informal comments, and suggestions to improve the policy have been accepted and implemented. In July 2020, in an email, the lead flood authority remarked, "It is really welcome and encouraging to see the attention to surface water flooding and flood risk within the document and through the conversations we've had. If only all neighbourhood plans we see were like this." And that applies in, well, every policy. I won't go through the numbers, but they do. Again, I wonder if some of the plans' repetition could be summarised. All policies have been relating to flooding have been devised in consultation with the lead flood authority. Does the parish council think there could be scope to remove some of the repetition in the plan?
Okay, John, thank you. First, I'll address your remarks about the surface water management policies, and note that, yes, I'm glad the message has got through. You've clearly seen some of the points we wanted to stress, but that aside, I think, yes, in those cases, there is good scope to put those sort of items of supporting text all in, I suggest policy 8A. So I'm not unhappy with that. In the case of the repetition within the supporting text to the allocation policies, our approach here was that, in all likelihood, a developer, a planning officer, members of the public looking at a particular application would go straight to the particular policy for the site in question. And so we laid it all on a plate for them there. So while, yes, it could be possible to put those things into, say, policy 2F, the general policy, it may just hinder people going directly to the information they need. I think, there was a tendency when we asked site owners to look through these policies and sent them their own ones and policy 2F, that they made comments on their own site-specific policy, but tended not to pay much attention to 2F. So, that is the logic behind putting them in every case.
But Chris, do you accept that there are elements of 2F that will apply to all the allocation sites?
Entirely, and perhaps we got that balance a little wrong. And we need to bear in mind 2F also applies to any other sites that might come forward, not just to the allocated ones. When you talk about stone curlews, yes, it could be done. It would have to set out which of the allocated sites were affected by that, of course. But yeah, it can be considered. I'm not 100% against it. I'd be interested to hear perhaps Chris Hobson's view as a development officer, if you would allow that, John, as to that.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I think first of all, I think I'll just say that we can see that the parish has taken a lot of time. There's a lot of detail and evidence there, and just picking on one aspect of the surface water flooding, that is, we acknowledge that's an issue, significant issue locally, and the benefit here is the neighbourhood plan does add that. It adds that information that the local plan can't do because of its higher level. So we support that, but yeah, we share the same concerns. I think that the inspector respectfully has in terms of just the amount or the length of some of the policies and how I think, yeah, we agree there is scope. I think in returning back to those specific site allocation policies, if we look at kind of stone curlews are a significant issue in the bricks, and yeah. I think generally with the buffer zones, I haven't got the evidence in terms of the buffer zones and the geographic spread in front of me, but yeah, they are quite significant, and I would have thought stone curlew's position would probably be the same on all residential sites, because the evidence behind stone curlews does particularly relate to residential sites having impact sites or the loss of arable agricultural land. So there's some of the key impacts, and a lot of those sites would probably have much the same impact. So I think, yeah, the stone curlews is definitely one that can be grouped together as something that doesn't need to be repeated. Likewise, yeah, in terms of the flood risk, I think we pointed out some of those aspects that can be in those comments we can discuss later on. I think we wouldn't discount the time and effort that's been made to do that, and there is a gain in providing some detail, but yeah, we would share the concerns that there's just a bit too much length and detail in there, which isn't necessary at the end of the day when it can be provided in a single place.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to dwell too much on this. I think it was what I would class as sort of unnecessary repetition, and you once you've read it about the third time, you realise, hang on a minute, this is a cut and paste, and it may well be that I can make some recommendations in that will actually address that issue. I just wonder that the plan has policies requiring developers to comply with local plan policy. Is there a value in a neighbourhood plan merely repeating policies that already apply to the parish? I have in mind, for example, in policy 2E, which deals with the housing mix, that requires proposals to comply with local plan policy HOU 10, which is brings in the national technical standards, which is something a neighbourhood plan can't do.
In answer to that, John, I'd say I haven't got it in front of me, but I believe the local plan itself cross-references its own policies. And I think that's simply a help for users. Again, somebody coming to do the only application they ever make in their lifetime will not be familiar with either the local plan or the neighbourhood plan till they pick it up, and to be guided through different things they need to look at. I think it is just a confirmation that our policy is not tackling that issue in any way other than the local plan does. I think perhaps those who are not so au fait with the planning process would not necessarily appreciate that they need to go to both plans to find.
And so, are you seeing the neighbourhood plan as being the only plan that they have to have regard to? What about if surely there will be matters that aren't covered in the neighbourhood plan, where the local plan will be establishing material policies?
No, I'm not saying that, John. As you say, there are definitely policies that we don't even touch on at all. It's just, in our view, usability, readability for non-planners, if you like.
Okay, is there a difference between signposting policies in the supporting text and actually making it a policy requirement of your neighbourhood plan that the proposal must also meet a policy that already applies?
I might ask Rachel to come in on this in a minute. I think you're touching also on your question 20, which is of interest, and certainly we've been on a bit of a journey with understanding those nuances between the two. We think we've got the balance right after 5 or 6 iterations, but there may indeed be places where we've just got the wrong phrase in the wrong place. But Rachel, could you add something on that, please?
Yes, hello everybody. The group have been on a journey in terms of what text goes in the policy text, what text goes in the supporting text, and throughout this process they've been advised by a number of different organisations, and sometimes that advice has been conflicting, and they've had to navigate themselves carefully through that. I think even for us professionals, some cases it's very black and white, what text belongs in policy and what doesn't, but even for us there are grey areas, and we all know there are different professionals adopt different approaches. You just have to take selection neighbourhood plans, selection of local plans, and you can see the different approaches that are adopted, so it can be a bit confusing. I think on sticking to the question asked by John just now about reconfirming through a policy, a neighbourhood plan policy, that by the way this local plan policy also applies. The function of that, it may well belong in the supporting text in that particular case. But let's not forget that in preparing the plan, some neighbourhood planning policies do depart from a local plan.
Yeah.
And then we do have a role in making clear that through this neighbourhood plan policy, we are not trying to depart from the local plan. The local plan applies too, in this case, that's the strategic policy. In addition, this is the local element on top of that. I think that's important to say.
I think the issue could be that if a planning application was submitted and, for example, it had room sizes that were below the national standard, whether the reason for refusal would relate to the local plan policy in conflict with that, rather than necessarily conflicting with a neighbourhood plan policy.
Yeah.
I think that's the issue. That is something that I will, can be looking at as part of my proposed modifications if necessary, and going through. But I'm grateful for the clarity. Rachel, you referred to the what goes in the supporting text and what goes in the policy. There are parts of the supporting text and justification that actually sometimes read as policy. Was I'm just wanting the reassurance that the parish council isn't expecting those to be quoted, those paragraphs to be quoted on reasons for a refusal on a planning application, for example. Can I refer you to paragraph T to B2?
Yeah.
Which introduces impact. Let's look at T2B4. Development will be expected to contribute in a proportionate manner to improving local services and infrastructure and such in accordance with local plan policy. is that an expectation that it will be looking for a planning obligation for developer contributions?
Okay. I think in a minute this might be another good one for the other Chris to come in on, because as you see, this is under our implementation supporting text, which our intention, which may not always fulfil its purpose, our intention is to guide officers like Chris as to how we have expected, when we've written it, that policy to be implemented. And as we said in our written response, we're more than happy to sit down with Chris and colleagues and refine that if it would be helpful, so that it works best for them. But in terms of the paragraph you mentioned, I think, and this Rachel's got something else to add. I would just say, John, I'd and the parish would be grateful if, at the same time as you're looking at recommendations to perhaps move some policy text to supporting text, you might make similar recommendations where we perhaps got it wrong in the other direction. But
yes, it is difficult for me to recommend additional putting into policy things that haven't been the subject of consultation in the past.
Okay.
So if somebody was happy with the wording of the policy, and I then introduce new wording which they haven't then had an opportunity of commenting on,
understood.
I think that there could be issues in terms of fairness and openness.
Okay. Just to carry on a little bit with the particular paragraph you mentioned, John. If you read it through without the bit in the middle, if you like, it perhaps is a case very similar to that one you said first about referring to a local plan policy and perhaps that needing to be in supporting text, because if you shorten this one, it says development will be expected da-di-da-di-da in accordance with local plan policy.
Yeah. Fair comment. There may be other instances, and I don't. I'm not going to spend too long going through and finding examples to quote. I just want your acknowledgement that it would not be conflict with the supporting text would not be a reason for refusing a planning application. It is the policy that is the determining factor.
Yes, I can confirm that entirely, and just add into what Rachel said. We've had a lot of guidance documents we've read very extensively, but most of all, we've leaned on Rachel's professional advice, and we feel very, very comfortable with that. And we understand the principle, and we're very comfortable and confident that the policy text is what counts, and we've got what we want to be in that text.
Okay, bless you.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, just to add to that, and coming back to different approaches that are adopted by different professionals. In some cases, so the supporting text is divided between implementation text and then the justification for the policy. In some cases, the purpose of some paragraphs in the implementation text is to clarify the meaning in a policy. So a case in point is a policy which may refer to major development proposals. The definition of what a major development proposal is found in the supporting text. Now, there might be differences of opinion saying, well, actually, you need to put that in the policy. Fine, but it doesn't change so long as the overall intention, which is very clear by the group in the supporting text, is not changed. I'm just drawing back to your previous point, John, about if a proposal came forward that was contrary to what was in the supporting text. I think that wouldn't apply in that case. Major development proposal is a major development proposal.
Yeah, and I think that where the supporting text is clarifying the intention and the scope and the reach in which it is prepared, in the same way as whether a policy would apply, say, to domestic extensions, or where policy talks about development must. Does that apply to all development, or changes of use, for example, whether they would be covered by the requirements of the policy? That kind of clarification is helpful, and in terms of the scope and reach of the policy, but it is when expectations are set out in the supporting text that is the parish council expecting that to be delivered if it's not referenced in the actual policy. I think that is the essence of the point I'm trying to get across, and I think there are, and it's something that appears in other neighbourhood plans, but they say it's in the plan, but actually it's the policies that are used to determine the planning application, not the supporting text. And I think that's probably as much as we need to say on that. Chris, is that your understanding of how you would use the local plan or a neighbourhood plan, that it's actually the wording of the policy itself rather than any requirements set out in the supporting text?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I don't need to go into detail on that, but yeah, that's how we would use it in terms of the implementation. And as Chris mentioned, that it is useful to have that supporting text. That, as you said, as you've all said, it provides some clarity and understanding. But it is the policy that's the key. It's having a clear policy above that, which.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just want to check on the issue of what the parish council is defining or seeking to describe as previously developed land brownfield sites, because it appears to the parish council is treating agricultural buildings as brownfield sites. Is that the intention to depart from, extend the definition beyond what is in the NPPF?
Yes, John, that is the intention. We have very few brownfield sites in the parish, very, very few, and obviously with the history of the village, that tends to be agricultural use rather than any other type.
Right. Now, is there a difference, would you, between a brownfield site that is adjacent to the village, where an agricultural building is treated as a brownfield site, and a farm building that is away from the settlement? Would you equally consider those to be brownfield sites?
Logically, our definition extends to that, but I think other factors would come into play in considering that agricultural building that's distant from the settlement boundary. It would be, unless it's going to be an exception use, policy in both local and neighbourhood plans are likely to exclude that one.
Right, so Just to be clear on that, you're saying they would be treated, a farm building away from the settlement would be treated as a brownfield site, but you're saying that other local plan policies would mitigate that development, even in the context of the NPPF, where it talks about brownfield, the redevelopment of brownfield sites.
Okay, well, again, I might ask Rachel to help me on the fine wording of the NPPF on that subject, but yes, our definition applies to what a brownfield site is. Doesn't try to say there's one definition in one place and another definition in another place. So it applies throughout.
Okay.
Our understanding was then, there are various exceptions as listed in the supporting text to policy 2C that come into play. But perhaps Rachel would help me on any nuances with that in terms of brownfield sites of agricultural buildings that are distant from the settlement boundary.
Yeah, so policy 2C is clarifying what would be supported outside of the settlement boundary, and policy 2P, if you look at paragraph P2C.3, it distinguishes very clearly between brownfield sites on land immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary and on sites away from the settlement boundary, and that's a very important distinction to be clear on. So the policy approach is very, very different.
But so the policy approach is different in terms of all brownfield sites, whether they're adjacent. So if there was a brownfield site that was away from the village, it would be equally unacceptable to be redeveloped. That if it was adjacent to the settlement boundary. Sorry, I didn't explain that very well. Shall I rephrase the question? You're allowing you're including within the definition of a brownfield site farm buildings anywhere in the plan area, and therefore the presumption in favour of the policy presumption in the NPPF dealing with brownfield sites would apply to those farm buildings, irrespective of whether they're adjacent to the policy. I know the policy is talking about sites adjacent to the settlement, but if it is saying farm buildings are brownfield sites, then the logic of that is where an NPPF has a policy relating to brownfield sites, it would apply to agricultural buildings, whether they're adjacent to the boundary or away from the boundary.
No, sorry, Rachel, you can jump in. No, because the specific context of P2C3 does not suggest that. So the exceptional circumstances under that clause are if the neighbourhood plan allocated sites are failing to deliver at least the minimum target in the local plan. So that's a specific instance when this clause would come into play. And then we're saying if that is triggered, only if that is triggered, that decisions should be made if there are a number of sites possible, the brownfield ones adjacent or adjoining the settlement boundary should be looked on favourably by comparison with any greenfield ones if it's a question of certain numbers. But it's not suggesting that brownfield sites, to our definition, away from the settlement boundary qualify for those exceptional circumstances. Do you agree with that, Rachel?
Yeah, I think, to be clear, what the intention is definitely not to have knock-on impacts on the way national policy deals with brownfield sites, and how that is applied to the parish.
Sorry, Rachel, just before you, if you look at paragraph T2C2, which is the amplification of that, it is saying when assessing development of brownfield sites, it will then be used under the terms of the MPPF plus redundant agricultural buildings. And it is what the implications of that are for agricultural buildings away from the settlement. That's the point I'm trying to clarify. Chris, have you got a view on this? Sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at thanks for clarification, Rachel. Yeah, I could see what the policy is seeking to achieve. In my view, is it actually necessary to kind of bring in the brownfield aspect? Does it just not need to say, well, if you've got a site immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary, if it's a brownfield site, as in the MPPF definition, or our policy does then, or a redundant agricultural site, we may well accept the principle there, rather than maybe then seeking to combine the two, if you see what I mean.
I think it could be a case of
a distinction.
Yeah, I think it's a case of unexpected consequences of that being used elsewhere, and trying to be almost too clever, in terms of the definition of what a brownfield site is, but saying in our particular parish, all redundant farm buildings are being treated as brownfield sites.
Yeah, I think Chris has made a very useful suggestion there. This is quite possibly just, how policies evolve over 4 years, and phrases sometimes get left that had a different meaning at an earlier time. So certainly, I don't think we'd be against removing that distinction between preference between brownfield and greenfield. And in fact, I would imagine Chris would tell us that he rarely looks at two applications side by side and chooses between one over the other.
Okay. We're going to move on to talk about the phasing of the allocation sites, but there was one, and it's a minor point, but one of the requirements in the plan as a whole relates to a planning application, at the stage of a planning application, saying how the proposal will deal with utility infrastructure that crosses the site. Now, this can be everything from foul sewers crossing the lines, gas mains, those types of things, but also electric cables, broadband fibre, those types of things, which are often matters that are resolved after a planning permission has been granted and hasn't got any consequences for the development, and is not necessarily a constraint of the development. How reasonable is it to actually require that information be provided before the principle of development has been established?
Okay, those sort of criteria came to light really as a result of AECOM's site assessment report.
Right.
That was one of their criterion for assessing, and one of the constraints they identified against quite a number of the sites was that it had whatever utility infrastructure that needed to be dealt with. And then, having concluded, as their report did, that a site could be developed subject to the mitigation of identified constraints. So we felt it was important to highlight those constraints.
To what extent are those constraints actually constraints that would prevent the development taking place, rather than matters that would have to be dealt with by a developer in the course of developing his site?
Okay, forgive me if I'm wrong, John. I should know this off by heart, but I have the impression that we dealt with those things in supporting text.
It may well be. So,
in which case, we're not expecting it to be a policy decision.
Right. So, but is there an expectation that you are expecting the planners to take that into, require that information?
If it's not in policy, then no. But we're pointing it out to developers who, may not be today's landowners, may not know the area at all, and it's something for them to take account of at whatever is the most appropriate stage. Because bear in mind that comment we said about, a developer should purchase land with open eyes. They need to know that that's one of the factors.
That will apply whether there is a neighbourhood plan in existence or not, and no developer is going to, that's part of the due diligence that they will take on board. In the same way that there could be easements, rights of way, or other factors that affect how a site could be, but wouldn't necessarily be a material planning consideration that determines whether it could be. There could be a telegraph pole in the middle of the access way, for example, that needs to be moved.
No, I agree, John. We're not seeking it to be a material consideration.
Okay.
But and with all due respect to what you said, there are enough examples where developer perhaps doesn't do the due diligence he should, and we see things coming up based on viability at a later stage because they overlooked a certain thing. So I think it can only be helpful to point out these factors.
Yeah, I mean, going into viability, there are other matters that affect viability as opposed to just necessarily the requirements of the scheme. For example, interest rates,
Understood.
Global recessions, pandemics, or whatever. So yes, sitting on the other side of the fence, that is not something that is necessarily just due to awareness of the requirements of the neighbourhood plan.
Yeah.
Can I move on?
Sorry, John, just to conclude, in conclusion, if we haven't put it in policy text, then we're not hung up about that phrase.
Okay, that is very helpful. That is very helpful. Can I ask how the parish council arrived at the phasing of the development, and it is very specific as to which sites will come forward in which timescales. How's that phasing arrived at?
Okay, it was first and foremost guided by what the landowners told us were their intentions for their sites.
Okay.
If
a developer landowner says, I'm going to I think I'll be up for retirement in 10 years' time, and the site, I can release the site then. If his circumstances were to change, are you saying that the land couldn't be developed earlier, or are you saying they said it would be developed then? That's when it must take place.
No, not at all. The second factor on top of the landowner wishes was particularly to do with infrastructure, which we'll probably have a separate discussion on. But
we're coming up to that next.
You know, there's no prescription in this phasing. It's termed specifically indicative delivery, and it says, and this is leaving it in the hands of Chris and his colleagues, actual phasing shall be carefully reviewed. So yes, if you know, if a site in the last few years of the plan came up in the first few years of the plan, and it met policies, and you know, infrastructure wasn't under inordinate pressure,
Right.
I think yes, the plan does not prevent that coming forward.
Okay. Are you saying that Chris's teams should be assessing the delivery of sites earlier, purely on the basis of the adequate infrastructure?
Well, no, because they should be assessing it on the basis of every policy in the plan, obviously. But
in terms of the timing of the
in terms of the timing, yeah, I think as you said, John, people's plans will change. Some might want to come forward earlier, some might come forward later. None of us can prejudge that. Hence, this is indicative. Our view is that you know, infrastructure is sensitive in the parish, and we were particularly concerned, and villagers were concerned, that yes, they support a gradual amount of development. They don't support the idea of all 9 sites coming forward at one time, and in their, you know, view, the village being swamped with new houses and not a sufficient upgrade of infrastructure to go with it.
Okay, but is there any specific reason why you've allocated sites to particular time periods beyond the expectations of the intentions of the landowner? Is there some particular piece of infrastructure or whatever that means that sites in 10 to 17 can't happen before the sites in, you know, years 1 to 9, for example?
Not necessarily specifically those sites, but I think we would hope that there would be a swapping around, that you don't just move 14 to 17, 10 to 13 up to 1 to 5 and leave what's in 1 to 5 there as well. I think
so. If I was an owner of, say, a site in 1 to 5,
yes,
and then Chris had allowed other sites to come forward in, say, from 10 to 13 because of the circumstances have changed. Are you saying that my site shouldn't be developed?
I'm saying that the developer and the planners should have a good long look at the infrastructure implications of that amount of development in a particular period of time. I think it's
so if there is a site that can go ahead in year 1, that's implying that there is no change in the infrastructure that is provided that prevents the developments in the first phase taking place.
Okay, if we look at the specific sites, 2, 9 and 16, 9 incidentally has already come forward and been permitted.
That's only 3 houses, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, I think it would be difficult to argue that those 3 sites would hinder infrastructure any more than, you know, other ongoing development has done. But
so the 5 houses at 14, for example, would they have infrastructure implications?
Every site will have infrastructure implications when you take it in conjunction with what's been delivered over the last decade, which is about as far as we can go back in the planning records, and what's coming. Over that decade, there have been no noticeable improvements in infrastructure in the village. Indeed, some things have deteriorated. So, you know, if you take it in the context of 45, 50 houses that have been delivered already, another 50 odd that are committed to be delivered and could easily come out in those years 1 to 5, and then add into it, you know, 19 homes mentioned there, plus bring others forward, you're starting to get a swell of housing that may, I'm not saying it will, may put pressure on certain aspects of.
Well, I want to look at the specific infrastructure issues that you've identified in a minute. What I'm trying to get a sense of is actually, are there any sites which can't happen until a particular piece of infrastructure has gone in? And I suspect the answer is probably no. You will often get in a local plan a strategic housing site where a particular junction has to be upgraded and the development can't take place until that happens, or a particular piece of drainage infrastructure has to go in, and that justifies the phasing of the plan because the development can't take place. If you are looking at it in terms of a steady stream of development coming forward, which I suspect is probably the way you're coming from, rather than having it in one go, how does that deal with the prerogative that the planning system should be delivering a significant boost to housing, and also issues such as the 5-year housing land supply?
Okay, well, on the first point there, specific items of infrastructure such as road widening, drainage measures are, where necessary, inherent in the allocation policies. So that's covered.
Is that the infrastructure required to bring that particular site forward as part of the development of the site?
Yes, that site should not come forward, be delivered without that criterion.
And so in terms of the timing of that site coming forward, if to develop that site, they do that in year 1 rather than year 9, there's no reason why it needs to wait to year 9.
No, not in that sense. It's, as you said, you know, the wish to have this done over a period of time rather than all at once. Right. And in terms of the 5-year land supply, I think, you know, the Neighbourhood plan has a part to play in that, but unless I've got this very wrong, Saham Toney's contribution to the 5-year land supply is to deliver 33 houses over 15 years.
No. I don't think that's necessarily the only requirement, because it's the 5-year land supply is not a parish-based land supply. It is a land supply based on the district as a whole, and if it's not meeting that, and there are particular specific requirements dealing with a 3-year housing land supply in the case of areas where there's an adopted local plan, and that could, for example, change the emphasis on when a site is developed, irrespective of the phasing. That's I think the question.
I think if I spoke on behalf of villagers, they would not be supportive of a plan that brings forward a large number of developments in a single early period of the plan without the items that concern them about infrastructure being addressed in some way, whether that be school provision, doctors provision, road.
I'm just, Chris, before you give me the list, I'm going to go through the list in paragraph T18. So if you start looking at that, Rachel wants to come in.
Yeah, I just want to say that the wording of the policy 2A has been carefully thought through, and it's not intended to be used as a way of stopping appropriate sustainable development. I think the wording of the policy, it provides an indicative guideline that can only be helpful to residents, to applicants as well, to decision makers at local authority planners, but also infrastructure providers. So say if a site in phase D comes forward in phase A, it is easier to understand the knock-on impact that will have on overall delivery in the parish, because you've set these guidelines out, and these are driven primarily by the information provided by the site owners themselves. In terms of social infrastructure, we're going to move on to that in a moment. Same Toney is, low down in the settlement hierarchy because it has limited facilities. It is one of the key concerns across the country by all residents when they see residential development. The first thing that comes to mind is, I can't get a doctor's place, my child can't get to the local school, so on and so forth. So of course it has to be recognised, and we have to reflect that concern. But at some point, this plan is for a period of time, looking to the future. There could be that something crucial crops up that we're not aware of at the moment. For example, maybe the local primary school does become very full, and there's always a tipping point, isn't there? So this provides a helpful guideline to how the development planned for as part of this neighbourhood plan is going to impact on all concerned.
Okay, Chris, I know you want to come in, but just to ask the question, using this policy, are you anticipating any planning applications being refused on grounds of prematurity to the phasing policy as opposed to lack of infrastructure?
No.
Okay, that's helpful. Chris?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that probably brings me on to my point in terms of, from a development management point of view, is there a real value and purpose to that policy then if we can't refuse it? As you said, it's a guideline. Is it not best placed elsewhere in the plan? And it turns indicative. So at the end of the day, that's all it is at the minute, isn't it? So that's all I would say.
Yeah, it's the indicative supply as opposed to it being a policy. I mean, it's a statement of fact that the plan provides for 70 new houses through allocations. I would actually question whether the way the wording, the policies are worded, it necessarily will deliver 70, because a number of policies refer to up to X number of houses can be built. So if, for example, up to 5 houses and the applicant comes in with 3 houses and you're capping all the other ones, the allocations won't actually deliver 70. They'll deliver less than 70 and still be in compliance with the policy. Am I right in that suggestion, Chris?
Which Chris?
Sorry, so you.
I think you're touching on a broader subject with the up to.
I'm questioning the value of the policy if the phasing is indicative, and it's a statement that it provides for up to 70 new houses, because some of the sites you're some sites you're being specific, and other sites you're giving flexibility up to a ceiling figure.
Yeah, firstly, this is a conundrum. It's not the intention for sites to be delivering less than the up to number. but it is very definitely the intention for them not to deliver more. And we shied away from the use of the term maximum. We know how that is disliked. So that's where that's coming from.
Why is it disliked?
Well, it's just an impression we have when we've read other plan examiner reports and comments we've had at various consultations, that you just cannot use that word, that it's restrictive to development.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, going back to your point, I think I'm not the professional at this, but I would find it difficult here and now to say I agree to that policy being deleted, because I'm not satisfied that we would be addressing infrastructure.
Well,
and I think I'd be failing the villagers if I just agreed to delete the idea of some phasing.
Right. Can I just be clear? Today's is for me to understand where the parish is coming from. It is not a negotiation on whether policies are in and out. I'm going to have to make my recommendation.
Understood.
And Brecklin will have to make its decision on the decision statement. But the point I'm making is that the point about infrastructure is covered by policy 1, which deals with the availability of infrastructure, rather than relating to the phasing, which is in 2A. And then the and the second part of 2A is a statement of fact. It just says that 9 sites are allocated in the plan. That is the allocation policies that will deal with that.
Okay, I'm just going to leave our position that we believe that policy has value.
Okay. Anyone else want to come in on that point? If not, we'll look at what the constraints are. Can we look at paragraph T 1.8? And this relates to the infrastructure. When we're looking at community facilities, what community is it? A village hall? Are there capacity issues with the village hall, or how's that a constraint on new homes being created in your parish?
Okay, so community facilities are defined in the supporting text to policy 4. And
can you point me to the page?
Yeah, it's page 129.
Thank you. Right.
So we talk about, yes, the village hall, the church, the chapel, the sports club.
And are these facilities used to capacity now that they with more parishioners? There needs to be. They can't cope. I would have thought the tea room and the pub would probably, and the hotel might welcome you, residents.
I think,
how is that a constraint on the delivery of new houses?
No, the constraint is not on the availability of the facility. The constraint is, as the evidence map shows, on the distance from various parts of the parish to those facilities.
That's not changing. The people on the edge of the parish at the moment are still going to be on the edge of the parish at the moment. In fact, you're allocating land even further away from the facilities. But the point I'm trying to get is, how is that a constraint on allowing new development to take place in terms of community facilities?
In the sense you're talking about, it's not a constraint, but it is important for sustainability that these facilities are there and accessible. And as pointed out.
You're not proposing to move them, are you?
Of
So
course not.
the community facilities are going to be there.
Providing they stay open, yes. But,
and is it?
But sorry, John, am I not right that although Breckland said in its written response it doesn't have such a document, part of a planning application should be to demonstrate sustainability, and sustainability in planning applications I've looked at is usually addressed by developers by telling us how far their site is from various facilities.
Right. But you are, if a developer on an allocated site, you are choosing to allocate the land on the edge of the village.
Yes, because we've made those judgments in our site selection process. Right. that is suitable. We're asking that, should other development come forward, and we have to remember in the context of other policies, as we talked about earlier with policy 2C, there's a limited amount of development exceptions that can come forward outside, remote from the settlement boundary. So we're talking adjacent to the settlement boundary generally. We're asking that it's just considered. We're not saying you must provide a new community facility or you must upgrade this or that. We're saying it's a factor to be taken into account when any individual application is looked at.
But Chris, what you are saying is that the consent to go forward and allow new development, even within the 70 that you are allocating for, is dependent upon the infrastructure, social infrastructure capacity. So it's not in terms of the way you were describing it just then, is how appropriate is the location of that development in respect of the community facilities, i.e. if someone was to put a housing estate well away from the existing village in open countryside and everyone have to drive to the village hall, that would be a grounds for saying that's an unsustainable location for the housing. It wouldn't be a case of saying the village hall or the tea room or the churches aren't big enough to accommodate the number of houses, 70 houses that the parish is saying it's looking to provide.
No, but we're asking this to be addressed in a planning application. It may be very easy for an applicant to say that, but as Rachel has touched on earlier, when we talk about things like school and healthcare, it's not the same situation as...
Okay. Let's go through the list. Schools. What is it? The primary schools in the village, and is that serving just the village, or does it?
No, this is the issue, John. We have a primary school that has a capacity of about 100. It's fully subscribed. There are, quite a number of families in the village who cannot get their children into that school because it's oversubscribed, and they have to go to, outside the parish to get their school.
And are there families that live outside the parish who have to drive to the village, to the village school?
Yes.
And so it's meeting out. So is it? So if, for example, does Norfolk work on catchment areas for various schools, or is it anyone can apply for any school?
I can't answer that, John.
Is that something, Andrew, do you know how this education system works in capacity for schools?
I'm afraid I don't, John, sorry.
What about Andrew Darcy?
No, I'll have a quick look now, see if I can find anything while you talk.
Okay. The issue is is it the amount of development that is taking place within the village? If, for example, the 70 houses are built, would you have expected the school to be extended by the end of the plan period to accommodate the 70 houses, or is it that it will be that the people that live within the walking distance of the school will have priority for the allocations, and other parents will have to use other schools in the same way that the capacity of the secondary school, which I believe is outside the plan area, is going to be subject to pressure from development, not just in the Saham Toney, but also in other villages and in towns.
Okay, well, I don't know Norfolk County's rules. I feel fairly sure they don't have a criteria that says you get preference if you're within walking distance of the school. So that's not really the issue. And clearly our plan cannot set out requirements for developer contributions to such things as school facilities, but planning officers can negotiate those with developers, and there may be cases where, just as you say, another 70 houses come along, depending on the age range and pupils travelling through their school life. The number of children in the parish who cannot attend that school may increase. Norfolk County may request a contribution to, whether it be a porter cabin, increased facility. It's not for me to say, but it may come up.
Has any representation been made from the Education Authority in respect of this plan?
No, within the county's representation, we've never had.
So the Education Authority aren't identifying a problem with capacity in the local school?
No.
Okay, thank you. What about healthcare? Is the doctor's surgery in Watton?
The doctor's surgery is in Watton, and a few years back, I forget the exact number, but a lot of patients were deregistered because of lack of capacity. I couldn't tell you today what the capacity is, but
so how much is that a constraint on development in your village as opposed to a constraint on development in the wider area?
Surely it's a constraint on both. On
Right.
the whole area served by I for example have to travel to Swaffham for my healthcare.
Right, and so that is an existing building situation. So are you saying that if the 70 houses came along, surely that would make the case for increasing the lists in the local surgery, which could lead to the extension of those medical facilities because of the enhanced population, which may mean that you could get more local medical. What you're identifying is existing capacity issues as opposed to the new development will be a tipping point.
I don't think any of us can say when or if a tipping point might be reached in advance, but it might be. Villagers are clearly concerned that they can't access the local school, they can't access the local surgery, and it's very nice to hear that development will prompt those improvements, but history doesn't bear that out at all in this region.
Okay, because you're placing the onus on the applicant to demonstrate that there's adequate social infrastructure capacity. If we were to ask that question of the developer in respect of healthcare, would the answer be there is adequate capacity or there isn't adequate capacity at the moment?
I can't answer that for you today. As I say, a couple of years ago, a lot of people were deregistered, so that indicated a lack of capacity. Whether that's improved, I don't have at my fingertips. But it's not necessary for me to have at my fingertips, because that situation will change and should be addressed as
okay.
comes forward.
In terms of public transport, is there a capacity constraint in terms of public transport?
Capacity in the sense of limited availability of it.
And so at the moment, if people have to jump in their car to drive to the supermarket or whatever, then clearly the new residents would do the same. Am I right in thinking that's the assumption? You're not expecting developers it can't take place unless they're funding a bus service?
No, that's not the expectation, but it's just a recognition that this is all part of sustainability, that there's a sustainable transport network. And again, there will at some point perhaps come a tipping point where all these factors
and my concern is that you're making development dependent upon the adequacy of the existing infrastructure capacity, and that way it could be a binary choice: either there is capacity or there isn't capacity to allow a planning application to be approved or require it to be refused.
No, I think we're asking that the developer does a little more than tell us it's 2 kilometres to the cafe, it's half a mile to the village shop, which actually doesn't exist anymore but keeps getting referenced to, and set that out. And so sorry, John, if a developer goes through the same thought process that you just have, that demonstration will be extremely easy. But we'd like to see it as part of the application. It doesn't need to, we're not looking for a major infrastructure document. We're looking for something that says, I've looked into this, the school's not oversubscribed, there's healthcare, the bus service seems to be adequate, and so on and so forth. I, the developer, believe there is adequate social infrastructure capacity at the present time.
Right. So it's really not you're not suggesting it's a determining factor.
I think if a developer paid no attention to that in an application, I would hope that Chris and his colleagues would say, could you please provide some information on that?
Right.
They would be able to provide that fairly readily in most cases, but I'm not saying they always would. There may be some site and some factor that is the deciding point about that site.
Right. The reason I'm pursuing this is because it is assumed by allocating 70 houses to the through the plan period that you are satisfied that at the end of the plan period there will be sufficient capacity to accommodate that 70 units. But you are saying that the acceptability of proposals coming forward needs to demonstrate that there is that capacity that you are by implication acknowledging will be there by allocating 70 houses. Rachel, can you help Chris?
Thank you. I think it's probably helpful to remind ourselves of the context of the Neighbourhood plan coming forward, and it's off the back of the local plan context, so the local plan policy HOU04, which without the Neighbourhood plan in place, so the current situation is that policy allows, so compared to the old local plan, there was a clear settlement boundary. Development is sustainable for development to come forward inside the settlement boundary, but everything else is countryside. Now, to meet the housing figures of the overall distribution of growth within the district, the policy HOU 04 now establishes a principle of edge of settlement development across the rural settlements, without providing specific criteria or helpful criteria into how and why that can come forward. So it is essentially what you have is a situation open to applicants to come forward and bring their schemes forward, and planners like Chris Hobson are left with the same challenges and difficulties in trying to work out, well, is this development sustainable, is it not? And they have to assess it against policy HOU 04. So, and if you look at the available sites that have come forward, I think you remember the presentation given by Chris at the beginning of this talk, that there's a lot of interest. And so what the Neighbourhood Plan has done is been proactive in saying, well, these sites are the most sustainable and these can come forward. And by saying that, they're saying nothing else. So it's managing the process of that growth, which is implied would come forward without the Neighbourhood Plan. And then as part of that, of course, they've really addressed the challenge of the surface water flood risk and the flood risk events that take place in the parish. But this is a real thorny and tricky issue to grapple with, and during all the consultations, county have not highlighted an issue with primary school provision, and there haven't been any issues raised by consultees and other infrastructure. It is the residents who are very well aware of it.
Yeah, and the local plan in making the decisions about the extent of organic growth, the 5% or whatever, is making some assumptions, and then it's the role of the neighbourhood plan that can identify where that development should go. You know, big site, lots of little sites, whatever. In accepting that the local plan that can take a 5% increase is assuming that there is infrastructure capacity. It's only the fact that the policies being put forward are referring to capacity, as being satisfied that capacity is in place, that affects the acceptability of that development, even up to the 33. Even though there's more, when I haven't actually been able to find any evidence of what the infrastructure is limiting the extent of development. You know, either in terms of phasing or in terms of general scale of development.
So the plan has a lifetime, and we don't know, in 5 years' time, there might be a serious issue that becomes really apparent, that there's now the shortage of village meeting space, or now the health providers have come forward to say, to serve the Watt and Saham Toney catchment, we need this, and so on and so forth. So the policy one provides that hook, and the supporting text to the policy can only be useful in helping applicants put forward the applicable information in their planning statements or design and access statements. And it is, Chris is right, it's standard accepted practice that that's what you do when you put forward a planning application. You do demonstrate where the infrastructure to support my proposal is in place. And if it is not in place, this is how I will remedy that. I think that's just a sensible approach. It's established in national plans and guidance.
And I agree with that if there is a specific capacity issue. And what I haven't been able to identify is a specific capacity issue that limits the developability of A, individual sites, or B, the scale of development within the plan area anyway. You know, and by putting the onus on every applicant to demonstrate that there's the capacity to accommodate the level of development which will be part of what the neighbourhood plan is promoting, i.e. 70 units, seems an onerous, unnecessary task. If for example, there is examples I've come across in neighbourhood plans where housing land can't be released until a pumping station is upgraded, and that is a legitimate infrastructure that is the tipping point between development is acceptable or not acceptable. What I'm hearing is actually that people are concerned about existing level of infrastructure, but we're not hearing it from the education authority, the health authority, or whatever, saying that there's a limit. And it's to what extent the concerns of the residents actually manifest themselves into a requirement that comes via a planning policy. I think that's the issue that I'm grappling with.
Okay, there are two things there, John. The fact that the Education Authority and Health Authority haven't commented doesn't take away the fact that items are at capacity. It simply says they are satisfied for people like myself to travel out of area to access those facilities. It doesn't mean the school's not at capacity. But I think also here, perhaps more emphasis should be given to paragraph T 1.9, which really stresses the important factors in these considerations.
Okay. And I want to go through these next. So can I just finish on this point in terms of the social infrastructure rather than specific? And Andrew Darcy, I know you want to come in. Can I ask a question about whether there are policies in the local plan that could be used if, for example, there were to, in the point Rachel made, that in 5 years' time there was an issue arose that affected the capacity, and could a reason for resisting be based on a local plan policy rather than necessarily a neighbourhood plan policy? A lot of local plans will have an infrastructure policy of some kind.
Yes,
Chris,
yes. There is an infrastructure policy, I believe. I'll check that it's INFO2.
Yeah, that's right.
And obviously HOUO4 that's been referred to does talk about appropriate development will be allowed. So my definition of appropriate would be one that is capable of being allowed, subject to the infrastructure that's available to meet its needs. But INFO2 specifically would be looked at in terms of new development proposals. If I can just to go back to a question that you asked a few minutes ago about education. I've had a quick conversation with County. I've had a very brief email from them to say, and I will just read it verbatim, there is a catchment policy. The residents of Saham Toney would have first dibs on the school places, and that Parker's primary school has a capacity of 105. Number on the roll at September 2020 was 88.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. We've been going for 2 hours. I was going to suggest we just have a short adjournment, and then we can look at paragraph T 1.9 and the issue of the physical infrastructure requirements. So can I suggest we reconvene at 11:40?
Okay. Before we do, John, could I just note, Andy mentioned INF 02. It does, of course, only apply to 11 or more dwelling sites, so it's not going to catch many of our sites. And it refers to the infrastructure delivery plan, which itself does not mention Saham, Toney.
So are you suggesting that your proposal talks about your policy one talks about development proposals? Are you talking about just new housing, and are you and have you got a threshold in mind about whether it's a single house would be required to demonstrate that there's enough school places? Whatever.
It does apply to non-residential, for example. It's not very important, but there's a large warehouse application going through at the moment. If the neighbourhood plan was in force, it would apply to that.
So would that need? How would that warehouse need relate to warehouse community facilities?
I'm not saying it would, John. I'm just saying the theory is that it applies to residential.
Your policy puts that requirement on that warehouse developer.
It says the availability of adequate social infrastructure, and they have to demonstrate. So that applicant would need to say that my development has no relevance to the community facilities. It does perhaps have some impact on roads or drainage or some other aspect that is an important part. Not every part of the defined infrastructure will be applicable to every site. So we've said where applicable.
But you are requiring every applicant to do that piece of research in terms of the adequacy or otherwise of the social infrastructure.
Yes, but I have to stress it's not a difficult or complicated piece of work. It's essentially almost just a tick list, a little more perhaps, but we're not asking for an infrastructure review document or anything like that.
And are you expecting it to be material to the determination of a planning application?
I think, just as both Rachel and I have said, that some information on that is already put forward. I think it's for Chris and his colleagues to say whether they take that as material considerations, but I believe we would expect it to be.
Okay, can I adjourn now and we'll reconvene at 11:40?
Right, if you like, I can put up an interim screen on the stream, so
okay,
I'll do that. I'll just share my screen.
All right, I'm going to have a quick comfort break.
Yes. Oh no. I've got 5 minutes left. Got 5 minutes left. Yeah. Yeah, just have on. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it will. Oh, no.
You ready to go, guys?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll just wait for Susan and Brian.
Yes, Brian's here now, thank you.
And Susan. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Just to conclude, in terms of the social infrastructure, before we go on to the physical, when paragraph P1.4, necessary infrastructure will be required to be in place to support the timing of new development by adequately servicing the needs arising from such development. That's not. We haven't identified any specific constraints at this stage that affects the social infrastructure, affects the acceptability of any of the proposals.
No, but as Rachel has said, you know, I was surprised to hear Andy's information, because this time a year ago it was at capacity. But that's as it is. But it simply demonstrates that capacity goes up, or attendance goes up and down. And
that's right.
5 years from now, it could be a different situation.
And that is, and I suspect, because of the reality that you can't look at individual schools, you have to look at the overall supply of school places across the district or whatever, and the capacity of the education system, rather than the number of people in a village and the number of people in the local school. Because it may well be, I mean, my kids, I lived in a town called Petersfield when the kids were growing up, and my kids went to the school in Langrish, in the adjoining village, because they had capacity, and that was depending on how boundaries are drawn and such like. So that there are no capacities in terms of additional shops that are required to be built, or additional leisure facilities or public open spaces required as a result of development being proposed. There's no capacity issues there at the moment.
I don't think we can provide evidence. Villagers would say there's an ever-decreasing amount of facilities in Watton, but I don't think that's a subject for today.
Okay. Can we now look at T19? and the specific infrastructure improvements that you are looking for. Are you looking for these to be resolved full stop, or are you looking at them as a result of the new development?
I think we're looking at them to be considered. We're not putting them as policy measures. We're saying when a developer and when a decision maker is considering this, look into these factors if they are relevant to a particular site. So flow of water from Mashua is relevant to quite a large area of the parish. Watercourse and drainage ditches we'll come on to, but it's eminently
possible. That is not a developer requirement, is it? It's not a developer to say you can't develop in the village because the county don't look after the ditches.
No, there are specific site allocation requirements in certain cases for a developer to improve watercourses local to their site. But again, it's the cumulative effect. If those things are never looked at, this is perhaps it's a prompt to county, to the development management team, to open up a discussion with the developer as to whether there are opportunities to address some of these issues via contributions.
Right. Can I ask, Rachel, I want to ask Andrew about the contributions and such like. Rachel, do you want to come in before that?
I just wanted to say that national planning policy and guidance is clear that it invites neighbourhood plans to provide this role to identify the infrastructure requirements needed, the infrastructure issues within a neighbourhood plan area. And in a way, I was about to say, from that perspective, it complements the local plan policy about when Section 106 contributions are required. Well, there's two slightly different stories. One is the local plan requires of all major development proposals Section 106 contributions, but that doesn't necessarily mean it won't be necessary to require them of smaller developments. Each case we looked at on those site-specific circumstances. With regard to the list there, the neighbourhood plan itself does address the amenity land issue, access to public open space, through one of the site allocations. The drainage issue is the subject of a detailed engineering report supporting this neighbourhood plan, and there has been, well, I call it like a spin-off work that's resulted from the work of the neighbourhood plan, that the local flood group are looking at the different causes of the flood incidents and planning, and the management of surface water from new structures is a contributing factor to that. So these are issues that all come together. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight those points.
Okay, thank you. Is not the reference in the NPPF to the infrastructure required to allow the development to take place, or is it to address existing deficiencies in the area?
So I'll just the paragraph. I'll give you the paragraphs that I was referring to. I'll just have to turn around and get my plan. But do you want to? Shall I come in after you?
Yeah, I was going to say, Andrew. So I was going to ask: does Bretland have a sill scheme?
No. It doesn't. It doesn't have an introduced sill, no.
So, how do you deal with developer contributions? Is it do you have an SPD or just local plan policy, or how do you do it?
We have the the local plan policy INFO2, which covers major developments.
Right. Is that because why did you use the threshold of major developments? Is that in accordance with Secretary of State advice?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. And is it not a consequence of the neighbourhood plan identifying lots of small sites, means that you're not able to negotiate Section 106 agreements for for community facilities, for example?
Again, Chris Hobson might be able to help me out on this, but that's my understanding. Clearly, any development has to, any requirement from any development is to meet the needs of that development, and not existing deficiencies that there may be in social or physical infrastructure. So that's sort of the starting point. Chris might be able to advise on minor developments and 106s, but my understanding is that we don't.
Yeah, that's correct. I can only just repeat that. I suppose the issue here from the neighbourhood plan group is, is that a lot of those sites, as I said in our comments, fall below the threshold that we have for securing the planning obligations, as Andy has said.
Right.
Can I just say here, all of our allocated sites are put forward by local people who want to do what's right for the village. They're not just opportunistic developers. So hearing what you say about your ability to perhaps enforce S106, I wonder if you still would have an opportunity for a friendly conversation with such people who have hinted and may well be willing to make such contributions, whether the legislation requires them to or not.
So are you saying the policy should be worded about encouraged to support local infrastructure rather than required?
I find it difficult to respond immediately to that one.
I mean, what the situation is that you've got a local plan that says if you've got a site more than 10 units, that they are required to make obligations, enter planning obligations to make financial contributions to the improvement of local facilities. You have chosen to allocate a number of sites which are below the threshold, which would not have triggered that requirement to raise funds to improve local facilities, and therefore are you saying that the policy one should be one of, rather than required to put the necessary infrastructure in place, what they should be is encouraged to contribute. All development should be encouraged to contribute to social infrastructure.
Well, without wanting to put her on the spot, could I ask Rachel to answer that for me, because I'm struggling a bit.
Rachel?
Yeah, sorry. So the local planning authority is constrained by the tests for planning obligations and conditions. So they can only be sought where it's necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, where it's directly related to the development and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development.
Yeah.
National planning policy also, so that was paragraph 56. So it's not my role to educate people here, but so that is the problem that the challenge that we're all faced.
And that's why I'm asking the question.
But paragraph 54 says that local planning authority should consider whether otherwise unacceptable development could be made acceptable through the use of conditions or planning obligations. So it doesn't say it can only happen on major applications, but the local plan says it will happen on major applications where those three tests have been made. I think the point I was making earlier about the role in neighbourhood planning in identifying the infrastructure requirements comes to planning practice guidance, paragraph 46 says a qualifying body should set out and explain in their draft neighbourhood plan the prioritised infrastructure required to address the demands of the development identified in the plan.
It's to address the demands arising from the development. So what development needs to take place to enable that development to happen?
Yeah.
And what I haven't been able to identify so far this morning is what infrastructure needs to be put in place to allow that development to take place. I haven't heard that you need to do this to allow something else to happen.
Okay. Let me. Sorry, Rachel. Let me point to T1.9H, which is a very real problem in the village. Backflow of sewage.
Page 28.
Page 28.
Yeah.
Backflow of sewage. That is a problem that is occurring in the last two weeks on developments, completed in the last 3 years. So clearly, whatever measures were applied to those developments did not prevent that problem, which is very traumatic for the villagers affected. So we would like to make sure future developments do not give rise to such a problem and other things like it. So I think, having heard what Rachel has just explained, I believe P1.4 should continue to say required. The developers may be these good-hearted local people who have put the sites forward. They may sell the land on to an outside developer who is not so good-hearted, and therefore, the word encouraged will suggest to that developer, I can if I'm feeling in a good mood, but I don't have to, so I'm not going to.
Okay. And just if you say to that, if that developer was to say to Chris, when his planning officers asked for it, those contributions, how does it meet the 3 tests that Rachel quoted, i.e. it is necessary to allow the development to take place, is directly related to the development and is appropriate in scale and kind to the development? Should the developer is required to provide the drainage required to meet the Anglian Water's foul drainage requirements. If that is inadequate, that's not for the that's a question for Anglian Water rather than for the planning authority.
But if that development will result in the problem I highlighted, surely it is not appropriate development until that problem is fixed.
No, it could be appropriate development with inadequate drainage. And that's not a question for the planning authority, who that's a question for Anglian Water.
Okay,
drainage people.
Take the same 2 new developments that have added to surface water flood risk both on the site and in the adjacent area. Now that shouldn't happen if they met even national policies, but the fact is it has happened. So those developers, to my mind, did not adequately show that their sites would avoid flood risk, but they...
Oh, no, you're talking about infrastructure. The discussion at the moment is not over the adequacy of surface water measures, it's what infrastructure you're requiring to be made. The development is dependent upon which infrastructure is being put in place. That's the discussion at the moment.
Yeah, but drainage is part of infrastructure.
Yeah, and what the suggestion is that the developer puts in appropriate flood surface water attenuation measures so it doesn't result in development flooding elsewhere. And that's perfectly legitimate because that's meeting the requirements of its own development. What I'm suggesting is that your policy one is related to the social and physical infrastructure to be in place to require the development to take place, and that affects the timing of the development.
I think it's perhaps simpler than it's being perceived. We're saying, where applicable, demonstrate the availability. I've mentioned that can be a simple process. And in 1.4 we say, yes, we say required, but we say necessary infrastructure. So the developer has a look at the availability. He says, community facilities isn't applicable in my case. This isn't, that may be. I've looked into it. As a result of my review, my stance is that no infrastructure improvements are necessary. I rest my case, and Chris and Co look at it from that point of view. So he's not necessarily being forced down a road of providing anything. He just needs to take it into account and justify his site in respect of what is or isn't being provided.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to move on now from that. In terms of the way that the level of prescription on the allocation sites is the. I just want to get it in front of me. Question for Chris. To what extent could a scheme that has a different mix of unit sizes affect the numbers that could be accommodated on a site? If, for example, there was the policy says, I don't know, think of a figure, 12 units, say. If it was 12 one-bed units, it would have a lot different impact than 12 four-bedroom units. How much, by being very precise as to the number of units, are you not encouraging applications to come forward for larger development rather than what you're looking for, which is for the smaller developments?
If that criterion were taken in isolation, that could be the result, but that is not what the plan sets out to do. If you go to either the allocation policies and certainly policy 2E, that very much guides the size of dwellings in line with the parish housing needs assessment. So, and it shows why, contrary, different to the district needs, Saham needs are for smaller homes. So if a development has 12, 15 houses, is expected to already give a good mix of smaller properties, regardless of what you just said. Now, we didn't go the whole hog of saying you will provide 12 one and two bedroom houses, because the advice we had was that could restrict viability. Now, Rachel will come in a minute if she can advise, but I'm not clear how a policy could be worded to allow the flexibility you're suggesting without also allowing the possibility of an unlimited number of additional houses, which is the way I've understood the question of should up to X be changed to at least X.
Okay. And I'll ask Rachel to come in. I just want to paint a scenario. If we have later have a discussion on the choice of sites and identifying sites which include a risk, an element of risk of flooding, if you were to make better, more efficient use of smaller sites, you might not then need to be allocating sites in areas that could be at risk of flooding, for example.
You know, that's for detailed discussion of flooding, because the site allocation process has looked in great depth at this problem before allocating sites that are in areas at risk. We've gone fully through the sequential test. We of course.
I'm just trying to square the requirements for developers to make efficient use of land, a policy that seeks to cap the level of development, but where there is flexibility in terms of housing mix. For example, 2E on schemes more than 10, it only talks about a scheme including 1 and 2 bed houses, and the majority being 3 or less. That means the other half could be as large as you like and still be in compliance with the policy, rather than saying the numbers will the numbers of houses on each site will to a certain extent depend on the size of units that are being promoted, for example.
Yes, but as I said, we've had to take into account representations, particularly from the council, on restrictive policies. I think we would have loved to say site X will have only 2-bedroom bungalows, but you know, it was made clear that was not a good approach to take.
No, but by saying that you can only have you can't have 2-bedroom bungalows, but by saying you can have only 10 units on the site and no more, you are encouraging a developer to apply for the most valuable planning consent rather than actually achieving the same value with more smaller units.
Yeah, there's other considerations. There are more units spread out more will impinge on all the various other factors such as flood risk areas, landscape impact, heritage impact.
Well, I mean, you have got some small sites which you will allow, say, up to 3 units, and that you could be a situation where someone puts one very large executive house and it would be complying with policy.
Okay, again, I go back to, you know, this started with the landowner proposals. They proposed a number of houses. The site allocation and selection process, in a few cases, very few, reduced that for a variety of reasons. But, you know, the 3-house site I mentioned that has been approved, the landowner put forward 3 houses. The policy reflects 3 houses. The application that came forward was for 3 houses. And that application was approved. There was no criticism that it wasn't making best use of land. And I will ask Rachel to come in, but I think, again, I haven't, and I know it's not your task to do this, John, but it's my task to make sure that the plan does what it sets out to do. And I'm not hearing a mechanism whereby a larger number of smaller houses could be prevented from being a very large number of smaller houses.
Well, you have there are design considerations, character, on-site constraints, all those matters. You could have within the same footprint of a 4-bedroom house, you could have 4 one-bed units, for example, in the same floor space, with the same spacing and everything else. You would achieve more units with the same level of impact, same amount of surface water runoff, and you may then be meeting some of the needs for the smaller units that you're actually looking for.
Okay, if there were a way to word that in policy, that might be acceptable. We couldn't find a way to do that in a way that didn't open up more development. But Rachel is asking to come in, and I think it's right that she should.
I'm sorry, I think I've lost...
Come in, please.
Yeah, sorry, John. I'm sorry. I should have waited for you, John. I've lost track of where this conversation is going. Your question, John, related to policy 2E, but we seem to be talking about the site allocations, or are we talking about the density? Can you? I'm struggling how to what it is you're asking right now.
My question is, the underlying issue, Rachel, is how prescriptive the policies in the plan are, and in particular, in terms of the allocations. And the allocations are saying no more, up to a certain number, or this site will provide X number of units, say 15 units for the sake of argument. My question is whether that, by giving a maximum, will, without actually specifying the size of the units, so a site with 15 units, if we didn't have policy 2E, could be 15 4-bed houses, but equally the same site could take 20 one-bedroom houses. So the issue is, the underlying question is the level of prescription in the plan, and whether you are almost ruling out achieving the smaller units, and the concern from Chris's point of view is he is worried that actually by having a minimum number, or up to, or no less than, or at least, or whatever, could lead to sites being crammed full of development. And I'm suggesting that actually you could achieve higher numbers with the same building footprint, and that was the question about a 4-bedroom house having the same physical footprint as 4 one-bed houses, flats, apartments, whatever, which could help meet some of the housing requirements set out in policy 2E. And so the purpose of the questions is how much flexibility is there within the plan, and how prescriptive, and could it lead to unintended consequences?
Yeah, so in response to that, it is not the intention for any of the site allocations to fail to deliver on smaller units. So if that's a failing, shortcoming, that needs to be addressed through the wording of those site allocations. The policy, so at a previous iteration, the site allocations did include criteria relating to housing mix. And going back to the earlier conversation, we talked about, can you just deal with all of this in one policy? There was a process of that going on, so it's all gone into the housing mix policy, which requires the of any development to be acceptable must be contributing to delivery of smaller homes in the parish.
Yeah.
The prescription where this individual site allocations say up to a certain number is supported by detailed evidence on the site assessment process. The intention overall, in every, as far as I understand, and it's for the parish council to correct me here, is not for. The assumption is it will be delivered up to that number rather than less than.
But a proposal that came in for 1 unit on a 3-unit site could not be. It would be compliant with policy.
Well, that is not the intended or the intention of this plan as a whole.
But it's a consequence of the way it is written at the moment.
Right.
Surely it would, such a example.
Is
Sorry,
the answer
Rachel.
to respond through the wording of the site allocations or through revisiting the wording of policy 2E? I think that is a question.
Well, you see, if I was looking at the site allocation policy, you've prepared master plans and saying the site can only be accommodated with this and it delivers this number of units. If I looked at some of the layouts and within the floor space of the buildings that deliver 8 units, 10 units, whatever, I was to actually subdivide those units into smaller units, I would then be delivering more homes than the policy will allow. And that's why the consequence of the way the plan is done means that it's driving to larger properties rather than smaller properties.
Okay, couple of things there. The master plans, of course, don't apply to every site.
No,
and they clearly don't go into sufficient detail, and nor should they, to define the floor space of the properties they talk about. So the starting point to say I've got a certain floor space assumed, but I'm going to divide it in a different way, has no basis for the developer. What floor space is being talked about? A 4-bedroomed house could have any number of floor spaces. So there's no starting point to say I'm going to, we can't have a criterion that says within the existing floor space, because that doesn't exist in any shape or form. So that's a worry, I think. Sorry, John, just to answer your other point about what if a development with one house came along, it would automatically be accepted. I think it would probably fail on density criteria, depending where it was. But also, I feel sure I'm right, in an earlier iteration of the plan, we actually stated a precise number of houses, and the council made a representation on that, and that's how we involved. And I won't swear to this because I need to look up the representation, but I think it was the representation, perhaps, to change that to up to.
Okay. Right. I can only examine the plan as submitted rather than the plan as was. Rachel.
Yeah, just on the master plans that have been provided, there's a master planning report submitted alongside this neighbourhood plan. Yeah, that provides the site analysis or identifies the constraints, and there are significant constraints in terms of landscape, in terms of ensuring no sites at risk of surface water flooding are included, no areas of land within the developable part of each site, and that has itself directly influenced the layout of proposals. These numbers or proposed layouts haven't just been plucked out of the air, they've been subject to independent work.
I understand that, but if you, I've just had the plan open on policy 2H, which is Grange Farm, and that says on a 1 acre, just over a hectare site, you can build up to 10 new dwellings. Now, 10 dwellings per hectare is pretty low density. It then goes on to say that the proposals must be guided by the master plan layout. If I look at the layout, it is showing properties in detached and semi-detached houses. If some of those houses were actually flats, say, then the proposal could still follow the principles of the master plan, but deliver a higher number than 10 units. And that's the issue about the level of prescription.
Okay, so point accepted. The supporting text for that particular policy, as in all site allocations, explains the approach to density, which I'm sure you've read, but policy paragraph 2th.23 on page 74 explains that approximately 0.42 hectares of the site area is dedicated to green areas for the flood risk attenuation that is needed, and that was as part of the looking at that particular site. And then if you deduct the forms of the site access road, you're resulting in a housing density of 17.8 dwellings per hectare, and which cannot, which is in keeping to existing densities within the parish at the moment. But I'm not disagreeing with your overall point. About the opportunities for different layouts.
And the point I'm trying to make is that if you were to look at the layout that is at 17 dwellings per hectare of a developable site, within the same footprint and following the principles of the master plan, you could actually deliver more than 10 units, which you're prevented to by the wording that says only up to 10 units. So within the same footprint of those buildings, some of those could be a block of flats or elderly person units or whatever, and where one house is shown, that actually could be 4 units, and actually within the same master plan layout, it wouldn't be 10 units, it would be 14.
So another issue that the Neighbourhood Plan Group has had to contend with is the feedback from highways, and particularly in this particular location in saying, Tony, you've picked on one of the sites, is the kind of crunch point about the overall numbers that highways would accept in that area due to constraints. So that's another. So the master plan report presented a number of options of layout of those sites, and one of the options was to look at higher numbers. But it's the transport work that fed into that. But coming back to dwelling sizes, it is a clear intention of the parish council that these deliver on smaller homes and are not opening the door for the building of large homes.
Okay, thank you.
Exclusively large homes.
I understand, and I understand what Andrew.
Just from a local planning point of view and a DM point of view, sorry, Mr. Hobson, but doing well. If an application comes in on an allocated site for, as you suggest, 14 or 15 houses, which is an up to 10 or 12 in the policy, and there is no demonstrable harm from that development, in terms of its any flood risk or any other infrastructure or capacity issues, we would be hard pressed to refuse it, just on the grounds that it's more than the up to 10 figure. So, that's our general concern around the up to figure, is that a perfectly acceptable and appropriate application at a slightly higher density or a different mix could well come in.
Can you offer any reassurance to the parish that by that flexible approach could lead to gross overdevelopments of these sites?
Well, we look at applications in terms of the layout, the density, the landscaping, and all the usual planning criteria, and assessing whether a scheme overall is appropriate.
John, you mentioned earlier that policy can't be changed that hasn't been consulted on. Now, I know the council made its representation on this subject, but the point I'd like to make is the villagers were also an important group of consultees. They've supported this plan based on the numbers in the plan. I have no remit to say today that I'm going to go against what they've told us over a period of years and go back to them when you've written your report perhaps and say, I'm sorry, but 70 doesn't hold good. It could be 100, it could be 120. There would be a riot in the village, and we would possibly choose to unallocate some sites. I don't think that helps growth at all if we're put into that position. So I hear what Andy and Chris are saying, and I'm sympathetic to it. Really, we grappled with this issue, and we just couldn't come up with wording that left our plan with the certainty I outlined at the very start we want it to have, that the village wants it to have. I hear all the words about we, the planners, will take into account this and that, but that is uncertain. That is ambiguous. It's not.
And to be perfectly honest with you, Chris, all planning applications have to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material circumstances indicate otherwise. And there will always be a degree of judgment on all planning applications, and that's just a fact of life, I'm afraid. I'm just once. Oh, Rachel.
I just wanted to highlight that there are other made neighbourhood plans and local plans. It's not the only practice, but it is accepted practice in certain circumstances to place an exact figure on the numbers to come forward on certain sites. It's still not the most standard practice. I just wanted to highlight that it is something that's been examined and accepted in the past, where it is informed by evidence through the site assessment work. Just wanted to raise that.
Okay, yes, I understand that, and equally, plans deal with it in a number of ways. Some will, and this is something we'll probably come on to in a minute, but it was the figure of 70 arrived at in terms of that was the capacity of the sites that had come forward, as opposed to how many houses does the village need to provide in going forward, and then finding the sites that to meet that number. And then is there a mixture of that number being met either through allocations or windfalls, for example?
Okay, so the
Rachel, I'm going to ask Rachel to come in first on that.
So, Chris will want to respond to this because he can give the backstory, but I just want to confirm that my response earlier was relating to the wording of the site-specific allocations, including those caps on the site-specific policies. There will always be infill development. There will always be windfall development. And the plan doesn't, as a whole, put a cap on that. It can't do.
That's helpful.
What it does, it takes a more restrictive approach than HOU04 on development outside the settlement boundary that is not in an allocated site, and justifiably so. I'm wandering into a different topic, and I think Chris needs to come in and explain the 70 number.
Yeah, so the starting point clearly is the 33 minimum target for Saham, Tony. You perhaps have seen the evidence document whereby we felt that should actually be 48 because of some quirks of the local plan timing. So we, as I said, looked at all of the 18 sites that came forward with no preconceptions. Now, no villager would accept this as a concept. I would never sell it to them, but in my mind alone, if all of the 200 plus houses had come through the process as sustainable, I would have tried to make a case to the village as to why they should be accepted. I would have inevitably failed, but I would have tried. But it didn't happen like that. So we then, and our Andrew can go through the process in a bit more detail if you think that would be helpful. But, you know, we looked at each of the sites with regard to the constraints that came out of assessments by ACOM, the Flood Authority, Anglian Water. We took those into account. We then looked at the, I'll call them constraints applied by the sustainability objectives in the local plan. We looked at the policies of the local plan and the emerging policies of the neighbour plan and what it was reasonable amongst those to assess a site against. Some things obviously wait for a planning application. We gave some weight to the different criterion, and we went through a very extensive, comprehensive process of deciding, in essence, a score for each site, a ranking. And our process had established that if a site had a positive rating, it was sustainable. But in reaching that rating and that conclusion, in a few cases, we had to either reduce the size of a site and or its capacity. Site 7 is a good example. As proposed by the landowner, it had a significantly bigger area, as the site selection report shows, which the lead flood authorities said to us that risk building on a direct flow path in an area of high flood risk, we would not support that site to that extent. So we reduced it to avoid that area. And that's just one example, you know, the sort of factors that Rachel talked about and Andrew can go into, the heritage, the landscape, the drainage, any item that falls under what I termed as the local environment in my initial words about the balance in the plan were all taken into account. So it simply happened. There was no preconception that 70 was right. After going round and round this process, 70 was the number that resulted. And our view has always been is if the process was correct and nobody has challenged it, then the answer must be correct. And that's how we went forward with 70 houses.
Okay.
Would it help if our Andrew outlines the process a little more?
I want to stick on the number at the moment. Okay. Chris, can I ask Andrew from Brooklyn, the local plan refers to the 5% figure. There's a couple of issues. Is the 5% increase of 5% of houses that are built adjacent outside the settlement boundary but adjacent to it, more than the 5%, or or does that include the 33 figure include windfalls sites that take place within the settlement boundary? And secondly, has the District Council, Bretland, got any concerns regarding the figure of 70, which is, significantly above the indicative? And in that, I know it's not a question, the wording uses significantly exceed 5%. What does that actually mean? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. The 5% is the number of dwellings within the settlement boundary,
Right.
not within the parish, within the defined settlement boundary of Saham Toney village, if you like.
Right.
And the interpretation that we have applied to that is that contributions to that 5% could be dwellings anywhere within the parish. So the 5% doesn't have to be made up of new dwellings within the settlement boundary. They can be made up of sites within Saham Toney parish.
Right. So the fact that some of the neighbourhood plan sites are within the settlement boundary, are they counting towards the 70? Or is it only the allocations that are outside the settlement boundary?
No, it'll be all. The 5% is a baseline figure at a certain date, and the 5% is then made up of new dwellings anywhere within the parish,
Right.
within or without.
Because the wording of the policy, it only I thought I copied it down. It is triggered by only the development that takes place adjacent to the settlement boundary, rather than so you could build any number of houses within the settlement boundary and it wouldn't trigger the 5% issue. Is that right?
So I'm a little confused.
Let me rephrase the question. The 5% increase, the 33, is if there is development that takes place within the settlement boundary.
Yeah.
Does that need to worry about the 5%, or is it only the development that is affected by HO4, i.e. development adjacent to but outside the settlement boundary?
The makeup of the 5% would be made up of dwellings within and without the settlement boundary.
Okay.
Appendix 5 of the local plan,
Right.
Which you may not have seen, set out in more detail the methodology for HOUO4, and that states, just reading it quickly, this includes proposals inside and outside of the settlement boundary, referring to the 5%.
But that's not the way HO4 is written, is it?
No.
Let me just see if I can get it in front of me. I'm having to look at it online because you haven't got a spare local plan lying around the office, have you?
I've got about 40 in the office.
Oh, you could get one of your people to put one in the post for me.
Yeah.
Here we go. Appropriate development will be allowed immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary, subject to being supported by other policies within the development plan, and where the following criteria are satisfied. It would not lead to the number of dwellings in the settlement increasing by significantly more than 5% from the date of adoption. So the trigger of that plan is appropriate only developments that lie outside the settlement boundary. Am I reading it wrong?
The way that we have used the policy since the plan was adopted and is that development within the boundary that is development proposals within the settlement boundary that are appropriate and suitable, etc., are deemed to be in principle acceptable.
Yeah. So you can,
irrespective of the 5%.
You know, to exaggerate for effect, you could have 100 units inside the settlement boundary, and it would not trigger the concern about the 5% increase. Because
it would form part of the 5% increase. Although you're right, because it's within the settlement boundary.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's only, the 5% is only triggered by a development that's outside the settlement boundary.
Yes, yes. Let's just leave it there. Yes. Yeah.
Chris, because some of the housing allocation in the plan is development that is taking place within the settlement boundary, but is being used to against the 5. It may be an academic point, but it is being judged against the 5%, i.e., it's 70 as opposed to 33, when it may be it might be 55 against 33 or whatever.
Okay. First, to clarify, our understanding and use of policy HOU 4 is exactly as you set out, that the 33 relates to development coming outside the settlement boundary. Yeah. That's why in policy 2C and B, we allow, I won't use the term unfettered, but we don't put limit on the numbers within the settlement boundary, and we see that as additional to the 33. Yeah. Now, site allocations, of course, they serve a different purpose other than just meeting a number. And it's perfectly valid to allocate both within and outside the settlement boundary. The fact is, of our allocations, you've got site 9 is partially within the settlement boundary, delivers 3 houses, and site 15 equally is partially within the settlement boundary. Given the way it's inevitably going to have to be laid out with respect to the highway, it's arguable that none of those houses themselves will be within the settlement boundary, but let's say half of them are, half of the 6, that's 3. So we've got, say, 6 houses within the settlement boundary and 64 outside. So we've well exceeded even our own target of 48. So I think on that issue we've dealt with it properly.
Okay, can I go back to Andrew and ask the second part of the 3 points, which is, does the council have a concern about the level of development that could be deemed to be significantly above the 5%, and should I be looking at it under the heading neighbourhood plans can allocate more development than the local plans anyway?
Yes, I would concur with your view on that. I think in principle the council is supportive of the neighbourhood plan, the positive nature of the neighbourhood plan and its approach. As long as the sites are, they've been through the tests, appropriate, suitable, etc. Clearly, notwithstanding the detail around densities and at least the delivery, etc., the principle of them, the neighbourhood plan taking this approach is supported. And as the policy manager, I have no issues around the scale of development being proposed when assessed against HOU 4.
Brilliant. Excellent. Thank you for that. That's helpful. Rachel?
I just wanted to go back to the local plan and the problem, its challenge, it's created, not problem, a challenge, the challenging context it places the rural settlement in. The policy says not significantly more than 5%, which is a really helpful starting point, but there are different interpretations of what significantly is. So the second point is, in practice, what happens if Chris Hobson gets an application? So say we don't have a neighbourhood plan in place. What happens in practice if a planning application comes in adjacent to the settlement boundary in, say, in Toney, and that 5% has been exceeded a third of the way through the plan period? In practice, I'm not sure what the position is, and I think we found that kind of approach to be tested in other local plans as well. I mean, you might want to discuss that, you might not, but the point that I'm trying to make is if you compare the growth that Saham Toney Neighbourhood Plan is trying to plan for to the growth that may happen anyway, but in an unplanned way, not taking account of key issues, surface water flooding, highways, so on and so forth, it just puts into the context of how much added development Saham Toney is really delivering.
I understand that, and the issue is whether the LPA consider HOU 04 a strategic policy, and if it does, and there is a conflict, does the neighbourhood plan policy trump H04? And in a development management point of view, because it would be a more recently adopted policy. Rachel?
So, sorry, it's up to Breckland to say whether it's a strategic policy or not. We've treated Saham Toney Neighbourhood Plan as considered all the local plan policies, but conformity, it has to be broad conformity with the strategic policies and local plan. And we've just heard from Andrew Darcy that the principle taken in this neighbourhood plan he is comfortable with because it's compatible with the direction of the local plan.
Yeah, and in some ways there is always going to, I mean, you could draw from Andrew's response that an increase of 33 up to 50 does not count as significantly exceeding. In that he's comfortable with that. But the other point is that there is always going to be a degree of uncertainty, however you word the policy, when it comes to a planning application that prays in aid policy H4 that is not an identified site in the neighbourhood plan, and what weight is given to the respective policies. But the way the legislation is written is if there is a conflict between the two, that then presumption should be towards the most recently adopted plan. But I'm not sure there's any wording that I could give that would do more. That, what I don't think you can do is say that this policy will override HOU4 if it is a strategic policy. I don't know who wants to come back in. I know Chris does. Andrew or Chris Hobson?
No, happy for Chris to go.
Yeah.
No, I don't think in any way our plan seeks to sort of supersede HOU 04. It does boil down, as has been said, to that word significantly, which I'm sure if asked we'd all define in a different way. You know, if you talk about simple numbers, is 37 significantly more than 33? In my opinion, not, especially when you then take into account that we felt the number should be 48. But if you take it as a percentage, more than twice the number, some people, not I, would say that's significant. We took this up with, Chris wasn't with the council at the time, but one of his senior colleagues prior to an earlier consultation, because we just wanted to be sure of what's just been discussed, that by allocating, at that time, I think it was 83 in the draft plan, would we be falling foul of HOU 4? And the answer was very definitely no, we wouldn't be. So I don't think we're seeking to trump HOU 04 in any way.
Rachel?
Yeah, I just, Chris is, notwithstanding what Chris has just said, Chris is also very clear that the Neighbourhood plan does take a more prescriptive approach towards what happens edge of settlement that isn't in an allocated site than HOU 04 does. And we're, just to confirm that, Chris.
Okay, you're right. I agree. I overlooked that. Yeah.
Okay. Right. I think I'm conscious it's 10 to 1. Question for Breckland. If Saham Toney through its neighbourhood plan is delivering 37 more than the 5% number, does it mean that other villages don't need to develop as much because of the need to, the 5% add up towards a figure for villages, I guess. If one is actually helping out other villages take less development.
My interpretation of that would be that the plan sets out 5% targets, bad word, numbers for each of the settlements covered by HOU 04 as separate figures, and that any applications that come in within a respective parish would be looked at against the figure for that particular parish, not for the total number of villages or the total number of all of the parishes under HOU 04. Okay. So the short answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
I just like listening to myself.
We touched on the 5-year housing land supply. What's the current figure for Breckland?
We published an interim figure based at October, and that gave us you caught me on the hop, it was over 6 years supply.
Good.
We will be updating that following the end of the monitoring year at the end of March.
Okay. And are there any plans, your local plan was adopted 2019?
Yeah, November 2019.
Have you started work rolling forward? Are you looking to wait and see what comes out of the white paper in terms of that? Or have you got new housing numbers coming out of the recent government announcements?
The current local plan was adopted. The inspector included a new policy in it that required us to undertake an immediate review of that plan. Right. One of the reasons given was the housing numbers. The current local plan is based on objectively assessed need derived locally, the old-fashioned way. And the inspector, and during its preparation, the standard methodology numbers started to come out, the 2014 based numbers. The inspector, instead of delaying the local plan's adoption, simply said, I'm happy with the numbers as proposed under the objectively local assessed needs, but because there is a new way of calculating these things now, you will need to do that as an immediate review. We started that review straight after the local plan was adopted in November 19. We stopped following the publication of the white paper because of the likely implications on the way plans are prepared and the contents of those plans, and also because the government was reconsidering the standard housing number methodology. Now that the government have published its findings on the new housing numbers, we are going to start work formally on the plan again this year. I'm working on initial documents already, like the new timetable, and corporate sites, etc., based on the new housing number, and that has gone up from 612 dwellings per annum, which is in the current plan, to 661 per annum.
Oh, that's good. I've six authorities that are a lot worse.
Oh well, the original proposal was over 1,000 houses a year.
Wow. Yeah.
In the consultation documents, that's been reduced to 661.
Okay.
But that's obviously what we have to do, and we will roll them. So yes, we're starting an immediate review.
And have you had any thoughts, and I appreciate it's early days yet, about how you will treat areas with neighbourhood plans? Are you likely to wish to do a call for sites and allocations where there is a made local plan, or will you say we'll just leave it to the neighbourhood plan to do that?
As I say, very early days, as you say. What we will be doing is, I think we will be doing a general call for sites across the district. We will then also have to look at the existing allocations that we have in the local plan, especially the larger sustainable urban extensions in terms of their delivery trajectories, and that all of that work plus the new housing number will give us an idea of the sort of new allocations that we may be looking at, which in turn could affect the development strategy. It would lead to a review of HOU 04, for example. The whole plan is going to be up for review.
Yeah.
Just as an aside, we didn't like the appraise significantly more than either. It was appraised put in by the inspector at the examination. Originally, we had set 5%. So we are grappling with that interpretation as well, and it's a judgment call.
Yeah. Okay.
So, no, the local plan review will be a full review. Clearly, if the neighbourhood plan allocations remain deliverable and developable, the neighbourhood plan will clearly form part of that consideration.
Yeah. Okay. That is fine. And that hopefully just brings that topic to a close. And I'm looking at my clock and it's saying 12:57, so I don't think we'll start on topic B. We'll have adjournment now for lunch. I was very optimistic we'd do it in the morning. Clearly, that was we've got a lot to get our teeth into. But I'm confident we'll finish by the end of the day. If not, we're on the evening shift. How long do you guys need for lunch? Half an hour, or would you want to a bit longer?
Half an hour's fine for me.
Half an hour.
Half an hour for me as well. Fine. Yeah.
Department. Okay, we'll reconvene at 1:30 then.
Yeah.
So I'll. How do you want us to do it, Susan? Do we leave the meeting or and close up, or just keep turn the cameras off?
I think most people on the break turned off cameras and microphone.
I would leave it running as an open meeting.
Yeah.
So I've got the recording now.
I can put up I'll put up an
So I
interval
would
screen.
turn off cameras and leave it.
Okay, thanks everyone. Enjoy your lunch and see you back at 1:30.
She understands that he'd be better off in his own surroundings. It's just that she's worried about the ifs and buts and everything. Yeah, yeah. Someone letting have a drink. Alcohol. Well, it's like to drink, you know. Maybe got the points, right? I don't know what that's from. Brown. I think one's very nice actually. You fill up with it email.
Yeah, I don't know, who I'm there. It's all about policy.
And they know you lot have to do it as well.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going well or not?
Yeah.
Do you think it's going well or not?
Yeah, right.
keen ones back.
Did you say clean ones or keen ones?
Right. It's useful to turn up my microphone.
Yeah. Keen.
Oh, the keen ones.
The keen ones.
What should I do for tissue?
Are we nearly all here? I think we're just waiting. Oh, Lisa and Chris.
I'm here.
Yes.
I'm here.
You're going to bring us onto the main camera, Chris?
I'm on. I see myself as a thumbnail.
Sorry, I meant, can we use the
interval.
Slides.
Oh, is that still there? I thought I'd shut it.
Yes, no, it's still here.
Still here.
I'll shut
Yeah.
it. There you are, it's gone. And, yep, has it gone now?
Still.
Yes, wonderful.
Okay.
Great.
Are we recording?
Streaming is going on.
Right.
There's no red dot to indicate recording, Andy. Yes, there is.
Right. Well, it's now 13:33, so I'll welcome everyone back to the afternoon session of the hearing into the Saham Toney Neighbourhood Plan. We've now dealt with probably the biggest topic, which was looking at various aspects of the plan as a whole. I'm now going to shut the door. Otherwise, I'll be joined by my puppy, and that will not end well. We're now going to deal with topic B, which is limits of planning policy. This is going to touch on some of the flooding, but also issues, but also in terms of housing, allocation of housing, in terms of the interface between housing and planning. So hopefully James and Lisa will get to be able to contribute this afternoon. We're all here now. Yeah. Okay. Really, a question for both sides is trying to gauge where the dividing line between technical standards is and planning policies. Is there a dividing line, and where is it? Who would like to go first? Andrew? Sorry, Chris, have you got a view from the development management point of view?
Yeah, I mean, quite a bit, provided a bit of a summary in their response, but yeah, I think we share concerns that they are too prescriptive in repeating what is set out either in the non-technical standards at national level, but also other requirements.
I understand the council's concerns, but where would you put the boundary between what is a planning policy and what is a technical standard?
Well, yeah, I suppose it's always a degree, isn't it? What we have is
Could
quite
you
specific.
refuse a planning application if it broke a technical standard in isolation?
Well, yeah, again, we probably look at exactly how important that standard was, that particular breach, and have regard to what it does elsewhere in terms of if it's surface water, how it deals with those other matters. Surface water is not a simple matter. But then you've got to look at the plan as a whole overall as well. So no, I think we struggle to, if there's a very specific aspect which if there's one standard or there's various references there to surface water, in terms of climate change, it's we'd always seek advice of the experts in terms of local flood authority and come to an overall judgment. So yeah, I think.
Okay, can I ask the question, and then I'll ask the parish to come in. If, for example, there was a policy regarding ecology and a need for surveys to be done, the standard of which the methodology and how species are recorded and such like, would you see that as a technical standard, or would you see it as something that is a matter for planning policy?
Are you asking myself or?
Yeah. I'm really from the management point of view. If, for example, there was a requirement to see if there's protected species on the site. Now, you could have a planning policy that says development shall only take place after appropriate survey work has been, you're satisfied that there's no harm or disruption to a protected species, bats or whatever. Yeah. Would you think it appropriate in a planning policy context to be actually defining how that survey is done, what equipment should be done, what specifications over what period or whatever? I'm trying to get where you see the difference.
Yeah, exactly. They're quite distinct, and there is on particular ecology. There's particular guidance with how you carry out surveys. It all depends on the type of species. It's in our view, it's too specific to include in a policy. You have, you can't. Yeah, I think we say they are too prescriptive. I think there's too much detail in it. In terms of how you would amend it, and that's beyond what necessarily.
If the standard was to change.
Yeah. It's it doesn't allow that flexibility, which is a concern we've got. It's repeated concern we've got in terms of other policies about the flexibility, which it seems to lack in a number of policies. That is that kind of the guidance regularly changes, whether it's flood risk ecology, whether it's the standards of homes. Our policies in the local plan, for instance, HU4, similarly tries to tackle technical document in terms of the standards for spaces for new dwellings, and that simply requires the dwellings that come forward to meet the standards within the prescribed.
So,
there's ways of making sure that it meets a certain standard without having to go to the detail that there are in the policies in the neighbourhood plan, and that's just one example. And for instance, there's a policy with respect to requiring schemes to accord with the same Toney SUDS manual. That's fine and acceptable, but it doesn't need to go into the level of detail of the policy as it is at the minute in terms of specifying exactly what it is. You can just say, as appropriate, all schemes should accord with the same Toney SUDS design manual or any replacement of. And other policies, it's just we agree with kind of there are issues, particularly surface water. It's just how that is brought through in terms of the specific policies.
Okay, Andrew wants to come in, and then I'll go across to the parish.
No, I think Chris has covered it. I was just going to suggest the usual approach I would take to a policy is that appropriate assessments, etc., are provided in accordance with either the current technical standard and any updates on that, and leave it at that, because that means the policy won't get out of date as soon as the technical standard changes.
Okay, I will come to the parish, but I just want to raise something with you. Chris, you seem to indicate that you are comfortable with the advice set out in the SUDS guidance that have been produced by the parish council. If the policies were to refer to specific surface water drainage schemes shall be submitted to and have regard to the policies with the specifications set out in the parish SUDS guide, would you be comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think in broad terms, yes, it's it's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris. Can I ask, in terms of the parish council, where you see the difference between a technical standard and a planning policy, and are they one and the same thing?
No, they're not one and the same thing. Technical standards, I would say, is what we reflect in the SUDS manual. They're the nitty-gritty, finer detail. The policy states the criterion any applicable application should meet. And I would say, I don't myself, and I don't think the parish would think that any application could be rejected on the basis of failing one criterion. The other Chris will come in, but my understanding is that any planning officer looks at the balance, looks at the sustainability, and will often, in their reports, recommend to the planning committee that this application essentially passes policies A, B, and C, but contravenes some aspect, but on balance, it remains sustainable, and we recommend approval. So I don't see individual criterion should be picked out as a reason not to accept these policies.
So should the policy be caveated in some way, or are you suggesting that less weight should be given to, if there is a requirement that you shall, it will be acceptable if you do A, B, and C, and it only meets A and B, that it would still be compliant with policy, or are you suggesting
not at all.
Part of the other material considerations?
No, not at all. Policy is policy, so it either complies or it doesn't. That's black and white. I think it's outside our scope to make those decisions for Breckland Council on when something contravenes, let's say, a single policy criterion. Is that good reason to reject that application? There may be mitigating circumstances. It may be seen in the grand scheme of things that, that's deemed acceptable because all the other aspects of the application are positive. So, and I think the other place I'd draw the line is, and I'm going to refer to correspondence with one of Chris's senior colleagues earlier on this very topic, as to, or to paraphrase the answer which I think we've given in the consultation statement. The answer was that if we want these topics to be given weight, we should put them in policy. And that guidance is guidance. We've been told this repeatedly, that guidance is not policy. It's more in the remit of it can be done, but it doesn't have to be. So we've simply taken the elements that we consider to be essential in policy. We wrote the SUDS manual because we took on board the comment about guidance, and we removed an awful lot of policy text into that document as an aid. But as we've seen with our design guide, which has been in place for 2 to 3 years, it's generally not referred to. It so far hasn't managed to be treated in a way that influences any applications in Saham Toney, although it's accepted as a material consideration. So I think that would be a drastic weakening of the approach.
Can I ask, is that design guide referred to in a policy anywhere, as opposed to if there was a policy requiring surface water drainage to be designed in accordance with the design guidance?
Yeah, policy 3A design refers to the design guide. Initially, that design guide had a small section on drainage. Initially, and I know you don't need to examine all versions of the plan, but just the history, we had one single drainage policy. And it was as a result of consultations that we introduced the different topics and then, as guided, split them into separate topics so that the policy wasn't overlong as one topic. So yes, design guide is referred to in a policy in the same way that the SUDS manual is referred to in...
I was referring to, when I asked the question, is at the time you were saying that the design guidance was being ignored.
No, not ignored, not proven to be a factor in the decision.
Is that because of the weight that the local planning authority could give to the neighbourhood plan, bearing in mind the stage it had reached?
That was the reason given. As a layman, I struggle with that, and I'm here to be corrected. But my opinion is, whether it's design or SUDS, we have a manual. It's been consulted on 3 or 4 times. It's been...
sorry, I'm asking a question about the character of the design guide.
The design guide has...
Not the SUDS guide.
No, I know, the principle's the same, but the design guide, in officer's report, or follow-up to officer's report, it has been mentioned that at the time, the neighbourhood plan carried limited weight.
Yeah, which is accurate.
Which is accurate. As I say, maybe I should take it offline, but I don't understand why material consideration takes limited weight when it's been accepted as that by the council.
Okay.
I also would like to say, John, as I've stressed in our responses, that the lead local flood authority and Anglian Water are wholly supportive of these policies, bar one small criterion in one policy by the flood authority. I think that ought to carry great weight. It's true they have guidance. It is also true that the large majority of applications that come through our village, they don't respond to because they don't respond to minor development. And I'm not casting aspersions or anything, but in Saham Toney applications and decision reports, I haven't seen any reference made to a consideration of the lead flood authority's guidance in helping make that decision. So for all those reasons, we think it was necessary to bring forward the key aspects, not every nitty-gritty detail, into policy. So we have a lead local flood authority guidance document that is 40 pages long. We have perhaps the most well-known and used national guidance on SUDS, which is over 900 pages long. Or we have about 5 pages of Saham Toney policies that bring everything together in a very, by comparison, concise way, in a step-by-step process that should be easy to follow and will give reassurance that all parties to the development process are looking into this very serious problem with the right degree of thoroughness.
Right, yeah. Okay, can I ask, Chris, if, for example, the technical standards regarding the rate of runoff, which is referred to, I think, in the non-statutory guidance that comes from, is it DEFRA, the DEFRA guidance, if that was to change and had a different runoff rate, would the policy, the planning policy that sets the guidance at so many litres per metre per second, would that be, the planners would at Brecon would still have to work to the old one or the new one?
Well, we would work to the new one, being the most recent and up to date.
Even though the planning policy, you see, this is the issue about putting technical standards in planning policy, and that is the question: is if the technical standards change, you have to you're still stuck with the old planning policy, and actually revoking and changing the planning policy is not a straightforward thing. So I think you might be stuck with the what does the development plan say?
Chris, you're homing in on one subclause of P8B.1D, which refers, of course, only to if satisfactory greenfield runoff volume cannot be achieved. I take your point, and I think the way around that, as is used in other policies and was probably an oversight here, is to say, or at 2 litres per second per hectare, or any updated information given in whatever the right guide is, because we've done that in a variety of policies.
Why would it not work that the policy should refer to not increasing greenfield runoff unless an acceptable scheme has come forward in accordance with technical guidance, rather than being specific?
Okay, I go back to the fact that technical guidance is not policy and is not uniformly or always applied, it seems to us, in decision making. Now, all the technical guidance tells us, and it's based on practice, that 2 litres per second to hectare is a very slow rate, and it won't cause a problem. So I can't see why that guidance, science is science. The nature doesn't change. If 2 litres per second per hectare is an adequately slow release of water today, I have no perception of why it might not be tomorrow.
Chris Hobson?
Yes, I suppose I'm only saying that, we're not just disputing it, we're saying, well, what's needed in a planning policy. As Joanna said, you can have a policy that quite clearly says it should accord with a certain standard within a document, but still, if it doesn't accord with that, it's contrary to policy and it can be refused.
And isn't that the case, that serious weight could be given to that policy and serious consideration should be given to rejecting that application, or more likely that you and your colleagues would go back to the developer and say, look, at the moment you're failing this serious criterion. There surely is a way you can overcome that. Could you go and have another look at things and come forward with a proposal that meets the requirement? You know, surely that's the way you do these things.
And the question we will come on to is whether that conversation takes place before or after the planning application is decided, because if, for example, the development can't take place until the developer has demonstrated it has achieved that level of rate of runoff, the condition would not be discharged, and therefore work could not commence on the development. It's a question.
Okay, we have some strong views on conditions versus applications, but I'll wait till you come on to that point to get into that.
Right. Does anyone else want to come on before I move on? Has any the advice of was given in terms of the lead flood authority? Have any other parishes and neighbourhood plans adopted the same approach in Brecland as being promoted in Saham, Toney? That's a question for Brecland. Or Susan, do you like to come in?
Just check out. I've got my microphone on. As far as I'm aware, no, this is the only parish that's taken this approach, and we have had 6 plans made to date.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure that's particularly relevant, because the fact that other villages may or may not have flood problems or didn't decide to do it. We have lots of things that we've addressed in far more detail. Other Brecland plans don't allocate sites, but we're not being told we shouldn't allocate sites because other Brecland plans don't do it. So I think that's a bit of a, you know, tangential comment.
If the county council produce a surface water management plan for the covered Saham, Toney, would that be a material change in the way that surface water issues had to be addressed, or again, is it the preeminence of the development plan policy that would overtake that? Chris Blow.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a question for the planning team. But okay, I will answer it. We would welcome such a document. No disrespect to the flood authority, but it, you know, it has been promised over time, and resources, etc., mean it hasn't come forward. I can't make a specific comment as to would it replace policy without, of course, seeing it and knowing when it would come out. So I think until such a document is there, policy must be in place. And likewise, I would always think that such a document would be a material consideration, which is, in my understanding, lower down the considerations than a policy statement.
Okay. Can we have a look at the local plan policy, EMV 9? If people got it to hand.
Yeah.
Can I, that talks about the location where risk has been minimised, mitigating through design and implementation of SUDs. And it goes on to talk about the surface water mitigation measures to minimise its own risk of flooding and should not create flood risk in other areas. Particular care with regard to habitats because of water sensitivity. Is there anything in that policy that the parish has a particular problem with?
Not a particular problem, other than there is some ambiguity with regard to the volume of runoff, which is equally as
Right.
important as the
Okay,
rate. But sorry,
let's go to the next paragraph.
yeah, to clarify, I would say in as far as it goes, but it's a local plan. It can't hope to deal with local issues, and that is the role of the neighbourhood plan. And there are a whole range of such issues that we feel it's entirely right the neighbourhood plan should expand on, as it has done.
Okay, but there is nothing in there that you did
as a
disagree with.
As a starting point,
you're adding local detail.
As a starting point, we don't have an argument with that.
Okay, if it goes on to say the onus will be on the developer to show that the proposed development would not increase greenfield runoff rates and vulnerability of the sites to surface water runoff from existing or predicted water flows. So that is dealing with the issues that are covered by the rate of runoff. And actually, it's probably more conservative than your policy. Am I right in thinking?
No, not at all. Our policy adds to EMV 09, so EMV 09 must still apply.
Right.
And we've going further. We're making clear how that criterion will be demonstrated as being met, because
if a scheme that achieved that objective came forward but in a different way, would that be acceptable?
I can't comment without seeing such a scheme. I would review that application and say, yes, it is, or no, I objected because a flawed method has been used. Now, wouldn't it be much better that everybody has certainty that doing it in this way is a result of, it's not something we've just made up. It's taken from experts, and everybody's clear from the outset that that's the way it should be tackled. So there's no room for or need for anybody to go back and say, well, is that okay that way or not? Other one did it another. That's just wasting time and money and leading to uncertainty that doesn't help anybody.
But that is the parish council being prescriptive as to that there is only one way of doing it,
no,
rather than it being outcome specific, and it's up to the hydraulic engineer or whatever to come up with a solution that achieves the objective of what the policy is seeking to do.
No, I disagree. We're allowing them to do that within the criteria, the baseline, for example, the 1% AEP case, the 40% climate change. That's not up for grabs. He can't present 20% climate change and justify it because it's just not acceptable. He can't ignore the 1% situation and say it's okay. I've dealt with it for a different case, therefore it's okay, isn't it? That's not correct. So we are saying appropriate measures, but within specific criteria. So there's adequate flexibility, but a specification for how you achieve any one of a number of schemes that might meet the overall requirement, which we all know is to restrict or limit runoff.
Okay. Rachel, you want to come in?
Thank you very much. I think without a doubt the scope for the Neighbourhood plan to add value to those principles established in the first paragraph of policy EMV 09. I think in practice what is happening is it works very well in fluvial flood risk zones, so zone 1, 2 and 3, as defined by the Environment Agency. I think planners, there's clarity on what is required. I think the problem is, even though the wording of this policy, there's nothing in principle wrong with it, in practice, the risk of surface water flood risk is overlooked, even though this policy states that it should be considered. The other thing that's happening in practice is any schemes less than 10 dwellings, the lead local flood authority are not getting involved and providing that level of added support to the applicant, or support necessarily to development control officers. So it does fall between the wayside, and there is a role to bring to the forefront those additional policy requirements. I think it's probably worth at this point that I mean, Chris has referred to planning applications that have come forward and officers' reports and so on. But I was looking with interest at the consent that was granted on the site that was very recently granted, and the site that's allocated in this plan, STNP 9, I think.
Yeah.
And looking at the officer's report to see how drainage of flood risk was put forward, because that's one of the sites that the lead local flood authority was very concerned about at site assessment process, and we went through the sequential test and so on and so forth to make sure where development could take place. And it wasn't picked up. I mean, the officer's report specifically says this is not in a flood risk zone, because it's not. It's not in a fluvial flood risk zone. But I think an implication of that is, therefore, we don't need to require SUDs. But surface water runoff is a problem regardless of where you are in this vicinity of, say, in Toney, because it adds to the pressure within the existing drainage infrastructure, and I think that is overlooked. But in that particular case, the applicant actually went through the policies in the Neighbourhood plan and produced a drainage strategy in line with those policies, which helps smooth the process of bringing forward a scheme that the parish council can be confident doesn't lead to an increase in flood risk in this parish, and utilise opportunities to reduce overall flood risk.
Rachel, are you aware of the written ministerial statement on SUDS?
Yes.
What's the threshold?
So the threshold in the SUDS is you have to have it on major development proposals, regardless of where you are. But the threshold is, if you're in an area of flood risk, you need to incorporate SUDS. So the question is, what is an area of flood risk? An area that is subject to fluvial flood risk or surface water flood risk. And there are proposals going through at the moment proposing to change the NPPF, which kind of designed, I think, to exemplify that we're talking about all sources of flood risk.
I'm 100% with you, and I'm aware of the consultation version, but I have to do with it in the basis existing. And it talks, but that also talks about risk of flooding from all sources. So it's not a new concept. And in fact, if you look at the EA flood maps, it identifies areas of risk to surface water flooding and classifies them as low, medium, and high risk, and it differentiates in terms of velocity and depth of flood water. So it's the issue is, in terms of the lead flood authority and where they're consulted, the Development Management Procedure Order says they only should be consulted on schemes more than 10. And that's, I think, why the issue is coming back. Well, why is Reckitt consulting the lead flood authority on schemes that are less than 3? Because that's what the legislation sets out as the threshold. Chris Hobson, and then I'll bring Chris.
Sorry, I was on silent. Yeah, just to pick up on a few points there. Yeah, I mean, the local flood authority do have their own guidance, which I'm sure the parish will learn, which sets out when what schemes they will consult on Now, they are aware of specific issues in Saham, Toney, and so are we. And my knowledge, I understood that as part of current proposals, the lead local flood authority do monitor the weekly list, so the planning authority issue a weekly list of planning applications. So, from my understanding, we're understood that the LFA would monitoring that and reviewing that to see if there were sites coming forward in specific areas of issues. So there is that element, and it would always be officers' consideration during the application that if it was considered that there was an issue on this site, particularly with the risk of surface water, groundwater, whatever, because it is all sources, then they would consult the lead local flood authority if they deemed it necessary. I'll look at the particular issue, but I can't really comment on each specific application and case.
Yeah. And I don't want to go down that route. Is the expectation of the neighbourhood plan that consultations are required on schemes less than 10?
Okay. The way it's worded for the lead local flood authority, yes, and that was an agreement we thought we had with them at an earlier iteration. It wasn't put in without their knowledge. But this time around, they've asked for that to be removed, which we respect. In the case of Anglian Water, we likewise had a requirement, and based on their feedback at Reg 14, we amended that phrase to something like they're willing to look at the smaller schemes when requested to do so by Brecon Council, and that may well work for the lead flood authority, because otherwise the flood authority, I think, will simply say it's less than 10, we have no response to make. And so it comes into Brecon Council's remit to ask them to look at a specific site because there's a specific concern. But yeah, just to add, we have no misconception that the flood authority will always look at sites less than 10 houses. That's understood.
Yeah. Because in your policy HA, it should be all proposals in areas of high, medium or low risk, regardless of development site, shall be reviewed by the lead local flood authority.
Sorry, which one are you? I thought that was... and that's the one I'm referring... Yes, John, that's the one I'm referring to, that the flood authority had a representation on, which we respect. Right. I would just respectfully say, rather than delete it, could it be done in a similar way? I'm just looking for the clause. The one directly below, 8A.6, regarding Anglian Water. But if that's not deemed suitable, we bow to the representation made by the flood authority on that one.
Okay, where I'll be upfront. The purpose of a planning policy is to dictate how a planning application is to be determined, as opposed to how it's to be processed. This policy is not actually about the outcome of the planning application, but rather who should be consulted on it. And the question is, if for whatever reason a planning application is not consulted on, does it have to be refused because it doesn't meet that requirement? It's the issue of the boundary between process, of how a planning application should be processed, what information is provided with the thing, the process, who's consulted. That is dealt with by other legislation than by the development plan, which is about how a planning application should be determined.
Okay, but we're asking, if you like, I could term it a guarantee that the flood authority would be consulted in certain cases, The flood authority, okay, they don't like that, so we'll respect that. But in the case of Anglian Water, they're entirely agreeable with the phrasing. They contributed to it. I'm not sure I've got evidence that they're consulted otherwise. Now, consulting can be, as I said, at discretion of Breckland Council. The consultation can come back and say, we have no comments to make. That's a consultation, but it's happened. You know, the village is reassured that the right people looked at it in hopefully the right way. We can't ask for more than that. But if
I've got a note that Anglian only consulted on schemes greater than 10 units, and I think I got that from their Reg 16 comments.
No, that was the lead flood authority, I believe.
No, I think that was Anglian.
Okay, but they didn't object to 8A6, because surely if Breckland Council asked them specifically, look, we've got this 5-house site, it's in an area at risk, we're not sure about it, we'd like you to have a more specialist view on it. That's for Breckland Council to do, and Anglian Water can respond as they see fit. So I don't see any problem with that criterion, and I think the same thing would work with regard to the flood authority.
Okay. Right. Again, we're in territory as to what's information goes into setting technical standards and what is policy. Planning practice guidance only refers to minimum standards of operation being appropriate and care arrangements for ongoing maintenance are required to be submitted with the planning application. So it's not saying that plans need to have policies for minimum standards of operation. I'm asking really the question. The local plan policy talks about best practice and lead flood guidance, which includes methods of ongoing maintenance and adoption. Why does the neighbourhood plan need to go further?
Because, what's said in a theoretical policy and what happens in practice do not always match up. That is why the village has many, many concerns about this problem. They want some rigour, some robustness. They don't want to move out of their houses for 6 months at a time because a new site came along and caused their home to be flooded. They want some certainty that their neighbourhood plan offers them the right sort of protection against those events. And I struggle that anyone would want to prevent them having that certainty. This is... We're not being prescriptive on the manner in which that certainty is achieved. There are 100 ways to achieve certainty. It will be different on a 3-house site or a 50-house site. Of course it will. The mere fact, as Rachel said, that an applicant took into account all the relevant policies, although he had no need to do so at the time he made the application, found no difficulty in doing that, bore the cost of doing that at his own free will, and presented what I would call a model application that the neighbour plan group, the parish council and others got behind 100%. And it went through, I'm not going to quote numbers, but a lot quicker than various other applications have gone through in Breckland.
Okay, we're going to return to more other flood questions in a moment. We're doing this under the heading what I call limits of planning policy. What can planning policy achieve rather than anything else? And I just want to look at now moving on to the allocation of social housing, which somewhat unusually the neighbourhood plan is proposing a policy covering the allocation of social housing. Can I ask Brecklin, and I don't know whether it's Jill or Andrew or James who would be best to explain how your local plan policy works in terms of social, whether it says anything about social housing allocation, and also what your housing allocation policy says about local connections. And I want to try and pull the two together. Who'd like to go first?
I'm happy to go first, just to give you a bit of background.
Hi, Lisa.
I don't know if you can see me at all.
Yeah, no, nice face in the background.
Thank you. I did that with my son, so thank you. So, policy 2D in the neighbourhood plan on affordable housing, it refers back to the local plan policy HOU 07 of affordable housing. Within the local plan policy on affordable housing, we also make reference to our housing allocation scheme, which is our housing register, where we hold all our affordable rented homes for people who want to access those homes. So there is a connection between them. We had a new housing allocations policy that was adopted last year. Within that, we've got a new section on neighbourhood plans, which specifically states that where a neighbourhood plan allocates sites in excess of the minimum requirements specified in the local plan, that additional housing can be for local needs with a local connection. And that's the local connection criteria they can have on those sites.
How does that work? Does if for example, the minimum requirement for Toney is 33, and it provides housing for 33 up to 70, would the 33 houses have to be delivered before the local connection comes in, or is there an issue of if say the housing was the minimum number of houses were delivered for the settlement, but it only came in on small sites that were below the threshold and didn't have to then deliver affordable housing, would anything balance above that need to be meeting local connection? James, you
thank you. We are satisfied with the approach that the parish has taken on this, in the specific sites have been allocated for meeting the 33, and it is the sites that are in excess of those which are also identified in the plan, which would then have the local connection applied. We think this is an admirably clear approach.
Looking at the site allocations, am I right in thinking that the only sites where that would have yielded affordable housing, the only sites that are above the threshold are the ones that are being identified for a local connection?
No. Site 1 yields affordable housing.
That's the 10. Right. So any others?
Let me just go through them in my mind. I don't think so. No, that's the one.
No. So the point, site 1, how many affordable units would a scheme of 10 be expected to deliver?
2 plus £30,000.
So
£5,000.
Right. Okay. So it'll be two houses, and that would be available.
Yeah.
To prevent needs affordable housing, and then all the other sites are for local connection. Is that right?
I must confess I had missed that nuance.
Yeah, no, when I looked at it, so the STN, P4, P7, P16 all fall within those additional sites, and then Christopher has just mentioned STN P1, which is an extra one as well.
Yeah.
But just to make clear that affordable housing is split between affordable rented and intermediate housing. So we have a 70% and 30% split between rented and shared ownership on those kind of sites.
Right. I don't know who would be the best person to ask, but the neighbourhood plan at Swanton Morley was mentioned, and got my juices going, because I looked at the examiner's report, and I quote, the policy is not a land use planning policy, and indeed has no basis in planning law. The allocation of social housing is a function of the Housing Authority under Part 6 of the Housing Act, and in framing an allocation scheme to determine priorities, the Housing Authority must ensure that reasonable preference is given to certain categories of people and have regard to certain circumstances. The Swanton Morley policy seeks to give preference to local people or those with local connections, without consideration being given to other categories such as homeless people or those living in sanitary or otherwise satisfactory housing conditions contrary to the requirement of the Housing Act. And then it goes on. I have to say that is the approach I have in the past always come to, that actual housing allocations are a matter for the Housing Authority rather than the Planning Authority. But I understand in Brecon that it's a different rules, and that's the bit I want to understand. James.
The allocations policy to which Lisa referred earlier was developed in part after the Swanton Morley neighbourhood plan to form effectively a compromise whereby where the local plan identified need is exceeded, the affordable on the sites above that go to local connection first. Only for a period of 2 weeks, initial period of 2 weeks, and only where the neighbourhood plan actually contains a policy requiring such. If no policy were to be included in this neighbourhood plan, requiring that to be the case, then it would not be prioritised for the parish and would revert to district needs.
Okay. Can I understand from the planning policy point of view why the examiner's recommendation that the Swanton Morley policy be deleted, the policy was kept? And I'm not being precious regarding the examiner's recommendation, because more than enough of mine have been not accepted. It's just understanding what the rationale was for rejecting the policy. Andrew, can you help on that? Can you recall? Or Susan?
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one because no one at this hearing was involved with that decision making.
Right. Okay, so it's difficult for me to understand. Is that something that you could do a note for me? I would
have to probably talk to another officer in the council to do that.
I just need to understand, there was a basic condition which I must admit was going through my mind, that comes in. Lisa, can you shed any light?
I can't shed much light, but when we initially had conversations with our executive manager, Matthew Hogan, he was the one that instigated this. He's now in a different council, he's at South Holland. But when we had a team meeting, he brought this subject up. And he said it was politically driven. And it was, as James said, a compromise that had to be made to get everyone on board. That's how it was explained to me at the meeting.
Right. Okay. I am conscious that this meeting is in the public domain. The Parish Council, Chris first, and then Rachel.
Yeah. Forgive me, but I think the exam report you referred to was Swanton Morley's first exam. I've spoken at some length to the Swanton Morley Parish Chairman this week, just to be right up to date with what happened. So, as you say, that examiner wished to delete the policy. I think I remember him saying that Brecon Council at the time supported that decision, but Swanton Morley didn't. To cut a long story short, they had a long and, as he described, cooperative process with the housing department, which among other things resulted in the updated housing allocations policy. I have been unable to find a copy of that second examination report anywhere online, but as related to me, second time around, the policy was accepted by the second examiner.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point. I don't think Brecon District Council have departed from the recommendations of the examiner's report. I think it's really important to confirm that. What happened is it was subject to a revised a new examination. Some changes happened to the plan, subject to a revised examination. That second examiner's report is on the Brecon District Council website. I've just checked now, and it's still there, and that policy is through. So the Swanton Morley main neighbourhood plan is exactly in line with that examiner's report. And I don't know the full story, and I think it would be very useful if Susan could provide you with a comprehensive note of what happened. But I don't think it was as simple as Brecon not liking the report and then commissioning another examiner's report. I think it was thought through more than that. It was revisited.
Right. In my experience and knowing a lot, I have seen affordable housing policies that have where the planning policy says the occupation shall be made in accordance with a housing authority's allocation policy, which does make provision for local connections, and it is done under the purview of the housing allocation policy by the housing authority rather than as part of the development plan. But it is understanding if there is then a cross-reference between what is in a neighbourhood plan that I need to get my head around, because this is new stuff for me. James?
Yeah, that's where we become slightly circular. If I may quote from 517(1) of the Draftland Allocations Policy, where a community adopts a neighbourhood plan that facilitates additional housing, and it goes on to explain the matter we've already discussed. But the next sentence states this approach will only be applied where it is supported by corresponding policies within an adopted neighbourhood plan, and Susan will be wincing at that because it should say made, and that's to me through. So I think that all parties need to be clear that I certainly see the point you are making, John. But if that policy were to be stricken from the plan that went forward, there would be no possibility of providing the additional homes for local needs within the allocation policy.
And it can't be done just through the housing allocation policy with regard to local connections.
That is from the housing allocation policy that it's only permissible where
so if there is a village that doesn't have a neighbourhood plan, affordable housing is provided, there is no provision in your housing allocation to give preference to people with links to the village?
Not if that affordable housing comes forward under HOU 07. There is a policy. Reference HOU 07.
Yeah, is that the affordable housing policy?
It is, but there is another policy within, which is HOU 14, which is our exception site policy.
Right, I want to that brings me nicely, because I want to understand the difference between the policy on as per the Swanton Morley plan and how I understand a rural exception site would operate, which can specifically link it to local housing need.
So my reply to that would be the Swanton Morley policy operates in conjunction with HOU 07, the standard affordable housing policy, but acts as a restriction upon that. As far as I'm aware, and Andy, jump in if I'm wrong on this, the only way in which our policy permits local connection on something developed under HOU 07, which covers all allocated sites, is via this restriction in the allocations policy. A rural exception site under HOU 14 would be on a site which could not be allocated and would otherwise be not permitted for development within policy, i.e. it is an exception to policy, and therefore the rules are somewhat different, and in fact a local connection criteria is mandatory under that policy.
Yeah. Okay. Rachel and then Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. Just on that point, going back to policy HOU 04, which, so without an April plan in place, it allows in principle edge of settlement development. It's an unintended implication of that probably, it rules out any likelihood of a rural exception site coming forward. The same Toney Neighbourhood plan, by bringing the development back in, focusing the development back in, plus allocated sites, allows again for rural exception sites, so that's one of the exceptions which will apply. So for the local, it's just a point worth making.
Okay. Andrew.
I'll just like to clarify the last point that Rachel made, if I may. Unless I misunderstood, my apologies for that. My understanding would be that if there was a demonstrable local need that could be fulfilled under an exception policy, a site could come forward outside on a suitable site outside the confines in a village where even the 5% have been significantly met. So HOU 4 would not rule out a pure exception site for under HOU 14.
That is also my understanding, Andy, with the proviso that an exception site cannot be developed on a site which has been allocated under
otherwise, in principle, an acceptable site.
Indeed.
Rachel?
Thank you. I think the point I'm making is by allowing the principle of edge of settlement development, you're raising hope values of the land value. So the incentive for a landowner to work with the village to bring for a rural exception site is significantly lessened if that same landowner can bring forward the same site under policy HOU 04 and make more money.
Yeah, if I can just come back. If for example, in St. Toney or any other parish, the 5% had been significantly and demonstrably achieved, then the only way that a non-allocated site could then come forward is under an exception site.
Yeah.
The hope value disappears once the policy has been fulfilled.
Or within the settlement boundary.
It would be unlikely to come forward within the settlement boundary.
we've not looked to support an exception site within a settlement boundary.
It would be an exception because the presumption is in favour of development.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Unless though, I mean, in planning you never say never, but it would need to be some fairly extraordinary circumstances.
What would be helpful for me just to bring this to a close is, could I be sent a copy of the allocation policy that refers to the a neighbourhood plan? And
I will inbox Susan immediately.
Yeah, and then in the light of the fact that the allocated sites would only be delivering 2 affordable houses without any restriction, is the parish, is the Brecon Council still happy that the 3 sites can be identified as additional to the 35, because it depends on what order the sites come forward on. Right, I didn't explain that well. Okay, let's start again. The normal presumption is that a neighbourhood plan would meet the housing requirements that have been set by the local plan, and that will be expected to yield a certain amount of affordable housing without any local connections, in accordance with the normal local plan policy. If then anything above that figure is then allowed to be the percentage of affordable housing above that 33 units is then subject to the affordable housing having a local connection. In this case, actually only 2 of the 33 houses are affordable houses without a local connection. Is Brecon Council happy with that situation, Lisa?
I would say yes, because we have the 2-week limit. What we don't want with these local lettings policy is to have them sitting empty, because we have got a significant demand for social properties, social rented properties within our area, which is increasing all the time, especially in the current climate and with the ban on evictions coming to an end at the end of March, with people being unemployed on furlough schemes. The need is going to be there. So with the 2-week clause, let's just have them to the local people for that 2-week period, and then if we can't find anyone within that 2-week period, it falls back to our Brecon allocation policy. But what we need to raise is the way it's worded in the neighbourhood plan at the moment. It uses the words hierarchy of priority, whereas what it should specify is it's a criteria, so you have to meet one of those criteria. So
which policy am I looking at? So I've got that in front of me, but
John, Lisa's referring to the last few words of P2D1 before it gets into the bullet points.
Using the hierarchy of priority, your preferred wording is criteria.
Yes, criteria. So they have to meet one of those criteria.
It should be all after each of those criteria, rather than and.
Yes.
Chris,
I just want to get that clear in my mind before I comment. Are you saying, Lisa, that, for example, if someone meets item D, they would have equal preference to somebody else who meets item A?
Exactly, Chris. You're exactly spot on. So they just have to meet one of those A, B, C, or D, and then they'll be eligible to bid on the housing register for that property.
Okay.
It won't give any preference above any of the others on that A to D list. That's not what it does.
And how would you deal with it if there were, say, 4 affordable houses that come forward, and you have 10 people on the same part of the register who are looking?
Yeah.
How would you then cope with that?
So, I knew you were going to ask that question. So that what they do there, the housing options officers we have within Breckland, they will determine the application on a case-by-case basis, and it's based on their situation, so their medical needs, how high a banding they're put in. So are they gold band, bronze band, silver band? Are they emergency bands? So, for example, are they fleeing violence? Have they got a flood or a fire situation going on? So they'll be categorised by level of importance, which is categorised in our housing allocations policy.
Okay,
so
understood.
That's why these are matters that are not really a matter for the planning system as opposed to the housing allocation.
No, I've understood that. And Lisa, do you happen to know, presumably that's the way you apply it for Swanton Morley?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well, having heard that, unless Rachel disagrees with any, I'd be happy to accept what Lisa has proposed for that change of wording.
Okay. Good. Right, moving on. I'm just looking at a note I made. Can rural exception sites be meeting identified local needs? If an exception site comes forward about meeting local need, is that parish specific, or could it be a wider area? Beyond the parish, local needs, is that normal housing needs or parish needs? James?
Normally in a larger parish like St Toney, it would be just the parish.
Yeah.
However, if they wish to work with another adjacent parish, other than Watton, which is a town, we would not object to that. In fact, that's an approach that we are taking in one of the southeastern parishes between Thetford and Diss at the moment, where a survey just in the parish has shown a need, but such a low need that we cannot economically deliver that quantity of housing.
Right.
So we are looking to team them up with adjacent parishes to produce a higher need.
Right. Okay.
Can't sit there any longer.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hinkins. We're all got to sit here a bit longer.
Sorry, go on. I just asked to have a coffee. I said, yes, please.
It's just that you can't
Please. Right, I'm now proposing if there's to move away from what I described as limits to planning policy, which is the technical approvals and such like. Rachel, you want to come in just before we move on quickly?
Just before we move on, and very quickly, in your questions you asked about available information on housing need, and I've just realised that we didn't mention the information that's set out in the housing needs assessment, the Saham Toney Neighbourhood Plan. It talks about people on the the Help to Buy agency and the people on that register, as well as the housing register. And you asked that question. I don't think we'd answered it. So it's just to flag that up for you.
Okay, but my understanding is that you're not extending the local criteria to anything other than the affordable rented sector. I got that as the clarification that came on Monday. Chris?
Yeah, yes, correct. I think there's just perhaps been a confusion either on your part or the council's part that policy 2E, when it uses the word affordable, it's using the overall term affordable rather than the housing allocations and government definition of affordable housing. It's housing that people can afford in that simple sense. So there is a distinction. That please don't mix up policy 2E with policy 2D. They serve a different purpose.
Just to answer your question, John, about whether the local connections applies to affordable housing to rent only. So the policy at the moment doesn't specify that, but that was the assumption. But because the basis for that was, I don't think there is a mechanism in place to place a local connection criteria for anything that involves shared ownership. But Lisa and James actually might have better information. So if I wanted a shared ownership property, I don't register with Reckland on the housing needs. I register with a Help to Buy agent, and then it's up to me to look similar to you do through market housing. But I'm wondering. I mean, Lisa and James are the experts on this, not me. But that was the reason why I think it's only limited to affordable housing to rent.
Indeed, Rachel, that was also a council representation that it should be limited in that way.
And just looking at the definition of affordable housing that is used in the MPPG, MPPF rather, things like starter homes come on under that. And I don't think that there's any mechanism for the local connection to be imposed through those.
There may be. I think Lisa might have the answer.
I'm going to have half an answer, and James can help as well. We don't have any starter homes. We haven't developed any starter homes within Reckland. So our preferred intermediate affordable homes are shared ownership or the equity loan, which the equity loan is coming to an end in the end of March. But with shared ownership, what we do internally is we do an assessment when it comes through the Help to Buy agents and the developers. So they assess them through their criteria, so the financial criteria, and if they're eligible for those kind of properties. And then we get a housing needs report assessment, and either James or myself, we go through it and make sure they've got a connection to Reckland. We look at their wage slips, for example. We make sure they haven't got a huge amount of equity, so they can't buy the open market. So, for example, if someone came to us and said they got £200,000 in the bank, we'd be like, well, you can afford the open market. You don't qualify therefore for a shared ownership. Then we do our own internal assessments. So I don't know if that kind of answers the question.
But would that be subject to the 2 week? Would people have to have done the deal in 2 weeks?
No.
It's not going to happen, is it?
No.
James?
What I would say is we can possibly put local connection on the shared ownership as well, but if nobody came forward within the 2 weeks, and that's making a formal approach, filling in an application form that takes half an hour to do, rather than, as you pointed out, doing the deal in the 2 weeks. So if nobody made the formal application in 2 weeks, it would then be thrown open to the district. Sorry.
The issue, I think, in my mind, is the question of housing need, as opposed to people with a housing connection. If someone can afford in the village, do they need to be occupying affordable housing through all the whole route, right?
Yeah. But to be accepted on the housing register, you have to be eligible for affordable housing. So it wouldn't allow non-eligible, just because you've got a parish connection, you don't just get access to affordable housing if you don't have affordable housing need. That wouldn't happen.
Agree.
Through the help to buy route, the same applies, except the eligibility criteria is different for social housing as it is to shared semi-market housing. But if you register and look for a shared ownership scheme through the Help to Buy method, some of the houses that you look through do say there's a local connection on here, but that is done by the registered provider. So there is some possibility, but I don't know how to tie it into this policy.
And the other question is that local connection with Breckland, or is it actually within the Pacific Village?
It can be the village.
Oh, it gets even more complicated.
It's really complicated, but the only form of affordable housing in Saham, Toney, is affordable housing to rent, and there's one shared ownership property at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
I think.
Right. I've now finished my topic B, and I'm proposing to move on to topic C, which deals with the site allocations. Everyone happy to go for another half an hour before we take a break?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I want to ask about the parish council's position with regard to flooding. Is the aim to keep development to avoid medium and high risk flood zones where possible, or is it the approach that comes in the MPPF, which is to steer development to areas at lowest risk of flooding? So basically, is it we could allocate land that is liable to flood rather than the MPPF approach, which is to avoid allocating land to areas with the lowest risk of flooding, and then we'll move on to what are the difference between areas at low risk of flooding and the areas of lowest risk to flooding.
Okay, I think it's most definitely to allow development in the higher risk areas subject to strict constraints and mitigation being shown for that. Remember that we started with a figure of 33/48 in mind, and we had no idea which sites might satisfy that number when we set out, so we had to take them all into account. As we set out in our written response, the flood risk aspects were looked at by 3 specialist organisations, and we leaned heavily on their advice in carrying forward. So add to that an allocation policy where applicable will have measures to prevent built development taking place in the risk areas. So that essentially is a green area or a blue area. So in that sense, I think we still comply with the MPPF criterion you mentioned.
So where you're allocating, all the developable areas are areas at the lowest risk of flooding, or are there parts of the plan area that are at lower risk of flooding?
Yeah, there are whole swathes of the plan area that are at the, they don't even feature as shading on the environmental agency's maps because they're at the very, unquantifiable low risk.
Right.
But
is that not the intention of the MPPF and the sequential approach to,
well,
if if possible, to allocate development and use that as the starting point.
If possible is very pertinent there, because if we adopted that approach, you know, large numbers, if not all of our, or many of our allocated sites would have had to been not allocated because they don't fall into the zone or area that you mentioned. And I think if we're to take a positive approach to growth, which we're very keen to do, it's a more logical approach to say, yeah, we appreciate there are problems. We've gone through the sequential test. We've introduced measures that mitigate those problems. We are not building on the high-risk areas. We have some areas of land in a site that go into medium-risk areas. But yeah, I think to do otherwise would hinder growth significantly.
Can I ask Chris, from the if a planning application came in for development in these areas, and we weren't talking about allocated sites where there's no requirement to do a sequential test, if it came as a planning application, a windfall planning application on an area which is identified as even possibly being at low risk of flooding, but a risk of flooding, would you expect them to, the sequential approach, to demonstrate that there are no available sites available at a lower risk of flood?
Well, that's the approach in the MPPF. And that's the conventional approach. I think our EM09 may seek to take a slightly different approach in that. I don't think reading it actually discounts that in totality. Because I think one paragraph highlights proposals for vulnerable development in medium and higher flood risk zones must be accompanied by site-specific flood risk assessment, etc.
Yeah, so
yeah, so I think our local plan policy takes a slightly different twist to the MPPF, so I don't think that MPPF would.
Right, so you're more, so from the Breckland point of view, you're fairly relaxed in terms of the approach that the parish council has taken to site selection in terms of demonstrating a sequential approach.
Yeah, I think we're comfortable in terms of the information and evidence and process they've been through. It's, as I say, we've always, it's a case-by-case basis, unfortunately. We've returned applications, so I think we would probably, would have to review each application on its merits, unfortunately.
Okay. Before I bring you in, when I was looking at the site assessment report that ACON did, and that was identifying sites in flood zones 2 and 3 and saying sites aren't in flood zone 2 and 3, but they are saying it is subject to surface water flooding requiring mitigation. I think the more up-to-date approach is to identify sites that are vulnerable to flooding, which, whether it's fluvial or any kind of flooding. And I know that there was a subsequent examination on behalf of that, but I just really wanted to understand how ACON had sort of looked at it, because that was the first sieve in terms of a sequential approach that was allowing sites that subject to flooding to move forward.
Yeah.
Rachel?
The ACON work was the first sieve, but to their credit, the Neighbourhood Plan Group worked very closely with the lead local flood authority, transport agency, so on and so forth. And the site selection report is a really, really important report to be mindful of. I know it's very long and you can't read it from beginning to end, but there's a table in there called Table 38 on page 94 that applies a sequential approach to every single one of those sites.
Right.
And you can see where they all fit in that order.
Okay.
Then, so I think in Chris's written response to your question, he has highlighted the 2 sites and what then, with some surface water flood risk and how that was fed through to the redefining the site boundary for SVMP1 and so on and so forth. I think it's quite fully explained. Yeah.
In terms of, and I guess this might be one for Brecon, areas at low risk of surface water flooding, are they the same as flood zone 1? Are they a different category?
There are other sources of flooding, and this comes back to a point Rachel made earlier, that people home in on fluvial zones 1, 2 and 3 and forget, because it's not explicitly defined as this, that high, medium and low risk surface water areas should be considered in the same way. And that's the key to this, that surface water flooding where it happens is equally as important as fluvial where that happens. Just to jump back, your original point about the NPPF, I have to say we have complied in the sense that we could only allocate sites that came forward. And we've gone through the 18 to do that. So we couldn't say, there's other land in the village that's at lower risk, we're going to allocate there, because land in those areas did not come forward. So we've done whatever was possible to meet the NPPF requirement in that sense. And Rachel's quite right to say ACOM was the starting point. The fact that ACOM addresses surface water is as a result of our comments on their draft report, when it did simply focus on fluvial and told us that sites we knew to be at surface water flood risk had no flood risk. So they updated the report accordingly.
But what they were saying is it's subject to flood risk, which will need to be mitigated,
yes,
as opposed to using it as a basis and saying we shouldn't be looking at this site.
Yeah, they defined sites as suitable with constraints mitigated, or not suitable. And Rachel's quite right to point you at the selection report, which goes into further detail. It includes the flood authority's more specialist review. ACOM were looking at a range of issues. The flood authority were looking purely at flood risk and homed in, and gave us some very good information that guided the site selections. And likewise, they didn't do it in a traffic light way so much, but they essentially did the same. These sites are at such high risk that we recommend you do not allocate them. These sites are at some risk, but it should be possible to mitigate, subject to information coming forward in a planning application. I stress that, not subject coming forward in a condition to a planning application, but in a planning application, which reinforces the policies. And we abided entirely by their recommendations, and then took it forward, as Rachel said, with the table she referred to, where we look at individual sites and shape the criteria for those particular sites to help mitigate the flood risk.
Okay. That is on the basis that would the Lead Flood Authority recommend a sequential approach to avoid development from areas subject to surface water flooding in preference to areas that are subject to surface water flooding but which can be mitigated?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the Flood Authority, and I haven't got their guidance in front of me, but the clear implication of their site assessments was that certain sites in flood risk areas, which were 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, and one other planning application, were suitable for development subject to mitigation of the risk. Others were not suitable for development, full stop.
Right. Right. I think there is only one more question I want to ask for this, and I think I've drawn the implication from looking at the Environment Agency's surface water flooding map. But it comes from the experience I've had. I've helped prepare neighbourhood plans on the River Thames at Braesbury, which was subject to very, very extensive flooding in 2014 from the River Thames. There the issue is accessibility in times of flood for emergency vehicles. Is there any, and that is one of the criteria in terms of the exception tests and such like. I presume that whilst the road at the eastern side of the village, and I'm sorry, I haven't got the name of it, is the main area, that emergency vehicles can get in and ambulances and get people out and others via other routes, that it's not actually, the extent of flooding isn't such that emergency vehicles can't get through.
The most extreme flood in recent history is 2016. Emergency vehicles attended those events.
Excellent, thank you. That's helpful. Back when I had a proper job, I was city planning officer at Portsmouth, where half the island, well, no, actually about a third of the Portsea Island is in the one in 200-year flood event, and these issues of people providing RIPs as emergency vehicles. You know, the scenario is someone has a heart attack and they can't, the ambulance service can't actually get to them, and that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, and I think, John, if I may, just to stress to us, that is also the importance of policy 8G, because we do see applications. There's an application at the moment that states that in a different part of the village, flood water may reach 900 millimetres depth in an extreme event. Well, that is both too deep for a fire engine to go through. In fact, documentation suggests that a fire engine may well float away in that depth. So that's why we're looking for some reassurance via policy 8G.
And I think I've got a question later on. How different is that to the information that would be provided through the exception test? That you need to demonstrate that if development is taking place in areas liable to flood, that it can be safe for the lifetime of including escape routes.
Well, again, I'd reiterate that application has applied presumably the exception test and doesn't satisfy the parish.
Yeah.
That it is doing that properly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Right. We've been going an hour and 3/4. I'm just proposing a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll deal with topic D, which takes us back to flooding. And I'm going to we dealt with a lot of the issues I've got under this heading. So hopefully we will get finished today. So if we can reconvene at 25 past 3.
Okay.
Right, so we're all back, and do you want to put your microphones on or whatever? Are we waiting anyone? Anyone not here? Please shout.
No, mute it.
No.
Click on it.
We can hear you, Brian.
Linda, we can see and hear you, but we can hear you now.
Right. Okay. Last stretch. Everyone, please to hear. One of the basic condition tests is for me to assess whether the proposals in the neighbourhood plan have had regard to Secretary of State policy and advice. One of the important statements dealing with SUDS is its requirement that it only be sought on major schemes. And the reason is a balance between the need to address surface water and the requirements to be put on a business, i.e. the development process. Is it a case that the parish council is arguing that the flooding in situation is in Saham, Toney, is such that I should be departing from Secretary of State advice and requiring it on all applications? And is it all new building? Is it new housing? Is it in all parts of the parish, or is it only in those areas which are currently susceptible to surface water flooding that I should be seeking that? Can I bring in Chris?
Yes, sure. There are three main factors at play here. First, I just note that a flood happening on a 5-house site is just as important, just as necessary of attention as a flood on a 50-house site. And I'll leave that statement as that.
Okay, can I just ask before you move on? So are you saying that because in the past SUDS were required on all schemes, and then I think it was brought in for just major schemes. Is it something that the Secretary of State, in setting a threshold, didn't have regard to the possibility of sites of less than 5 being flooded?
He will have had his own reasons for doing that, and I'm not going to speculate. But I would say we also have to conform to the local plan, and policy EMV 09 says quite clearly all new development will be through design and implementing SUDS principles.
Yeah.
So
SUDS principles. Okay.
And the third factor here is, our lengthy ongoing consultations with Flood Authority and Anglian Water make it very clear that there is no practical alternate in Saham, Toney and many other places around the country to SUDS schemes. And that's why their own SUDS manual and their own guidance promotes the use of SUDS. There isn't a realistic alternate scheme, but our policies do allow the possibility of a developer being able to show that, for whatever reasons, SUDS is not achievable. Here is an achievable solution for consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Chris, from the Bracklin point of view, what do you understand by SUDS principles?
Yeah, I mean, the 9 allows for flexibility, so it's not has to be a SUDS scheme. It's the principles, and we'll see SUDS principles. There's kind of 4 key principles to it, or arms, as they say. and understand from the lead local flood authority, for them to consider us to be subs, they consider 2 of those. So it has to deal with the water amount or quantity, the quality of it, water quality, but also have a amenity and biodiversity angle to it. So those are the key principles that we would wish to see within a, as I say, the policy allows flexibility in that, which I think does reflect ministerial guidance, but say it's a balance. As you mentioned, was doing on all schemes. Clearly, where there are significant issues, and from a flood risk surface water point of view, then the review and scrutiny would be significantly greater than a scheme where you're looking at a change of use or very limited impacts from a flood risk point of view. So there's always that review by officers on a case by case basis. Our local panel provides that, and we've done it, providing the comments. We feel it isn't justified.
I understand that. So if for example, there was a housing proposed, a single house away from the flood area, and it proposed rather than having the garden laid out as a garden, it was fully blacktop and with runoff. Would the issue of surface water be a material consideration in that case?
I think my line broke up when you mentioned what gardens.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. Imagine there is a proposal for a single house on a plot away from areas of flooding, no flooding, but where they are proposing to blacktop the whole of the grounds and potentially creating additional runoff from what is there at the moment. Would the impact of that be a material consideration?
Yeah, I think. Well, obviously, I think that wouldn't comply with the SUDS principle, which it says all new development shall consider. So and it would potentially increase risk elsewhere. So exactly, it would fail to comply.
Okay, Chris, do you want to comment on that?
Well, yeah, I agree with that, and just building on what the other Chris said about the 4 pillars of SUDS and the fact that 2 of them need to be satisfied to satisfy the lead local flood authority. And as I just wonder if we're playing with words a little bit here, because as the flood authority say, a piped scheme can only ever satisfy 1 pillar, so therefore it is not complying with the principles of SUDS.
Yeah. Okay. Question for Chris Hobson. When you get a surface water scheme in, who do your planning officers consult as to its adequacy? Do you have in-house people, or do you use the county or consultants, or how do you deal with those consultations?
Well, I think we don't have in-house experts from a flood risk point of view in drainage, but we consult with the building control department, so they would have a review of the submission with respect to whether it meets different building regulations and just from a principles point of view. If it's a major development, if it's something that the lead local flood authority did request through the application, then we would be consulting with the lead local flood authority on the quality and the proposals within the.
Okay. Are there actually building regulation requirements regarding surface water disposal?
Well, I think they cover kind of a lot of schemes we get after single dwellings. They tend to go to soakaways in most instances, from what I see, and there is regulations concerning those in terms of locations and
is the criteria that that they will not increase the runoff from the site, or is it that they're just making adequate provision to deal with their own drainage?
Yeah, I think it's the second point. As I said, I don't. I'm not fully aware of the regulations.
And Chris, from the Parish Council's point of view, are you suggesting that actually the approval of those submissions should actually be a matter for the Anglian Water Authority and the county, even though the county is saying they only want to be consulted on schemes of more than 10?
From the parish point of view, we would love that to happen. We've recognised that it is in the gift of Brecklin Council to pass on that request that we can't specify, but we would certainly hope it would happen, whether it's 5 houses at risk or 50 houses at risk, because they're all important. And I think I'm right in saying the Flood Authority also recognise, over and above the Environment Agency maps, risk can be determined by reported events, of which there are many in Saham, Toney.
And where are these mapped? Is that where would...
Well, you have to bear in mind...
There was a surface water management plan.
The county keeps records of reports made to it. And there is a weakness in that because, as I've found in conversation, many villages don't report events, either because they're, pardon the pun, knee deep in the trauma of the flood, or B, they're worried about insurance or saleability of their properties. So only a percentage of reports are made, but the county keeps those records. So,
and how would a prospective landowner identify whether they are in an area that is at risk of flooding? It's been subject to a flood. Are these maps published?
I'd have to look at that later. But the essence is we would always ask them to consult with the necessary agencies, in that case the county, to establish that information.
Yeah, I'm trying to get certainty. That's the stage that a planning application has been made. If we're going down the route of stipulating drainage strategies on schemes that are at risk of flooding, and we're going beyond the areas that are shown at risk of flooding on the Environment Agency maps as being susceptible to surface water flooding, where would people go to get that information?
Okay, so what you proposed is not a policy requirement as things stand, but it is just part of the Flood Authority's guidance, which I would hope that Chris and his colleagues take into account. And so, if there's doubt, whether it be the applicant or the development management team, there I think should be some informal discussion with the Flood Authority.
Right.
There are published reports. There was, the Flood Authority published a report into the 2016 event that gives some indication, and I'm sure they've got the records to back up the numbers they put in that. If I can just diverge a minute, please, John, and while it's fresh in my mind, the exchange you just had with Chris. This idea that perhaps building regs could cover everything, so we get a soak away, as Chris is quite right, is often the proposed solution for a small development. But we have to satisfy the policy need for post-development runoff not to exceed pre-development runoff. Now, if there are no details of the sizing of that soak away, there's no reasonable method to establish that runoff won't be greater than it was before development. So to me, that just reinforces our approach in our policies, that these things need to be looked at during the application process
Under the building regs, is there and this might be a question that any of us might need to do some research. Is there a requirement that, as to the adequacy of the soakaway to achieve a particular outcome?
Among the hundreds of documents I've read, I've only skimmed through the building regs, so I can't give you an answer on
that. Chris, you do?
Yeah, I can't recall off the top of my head. But I think there is some further detail on that. But
I'm just conscious that when I've had building work done and we built a soakaway, building control came along and looked at that soakaway in terms of the adequacy of it for disposing of the rainwater from the roof that was created by the conservatory as it happened. I'm just wanting to pursue this question of where people would identify where there is a risk of flooding, because in the footnote to the paragraph in the MPPF, it talks about flood risk assessments in flood zones 2 and 3, and in zone 1 hectare or more, all land which may be subject to other sources of flooding, where development would introduce a more vulnerable use. And that, I guess, is, if we are talking about surface water flooding that is mapped by the Environment Agency, it's how would a person know they need to do a flood risk assessment for, in say, Toney, if they're outside the EA maps, to know that they are covered by in locations where there were other flooding events.
All I can say again is that they should refer to the relevant authority, the lead local authority. We don't require them specifically to make that consultation. We just would suggest it's very advisable to do it in the case of doubt. The plan on page 197 does include a sort of thumbnail map extracted from a flood authority report that highlights the areas that were reported in 2016. So it's an indication. And clearly that map also shows the main watercourses. Well, it's along the main watercourses that these problems happen. So if you're remote from any of those main watercourses, it's highly unlikely that you're going to find there's been a flood report in the past. So
and that is, I am comforted by looking at maps that have been, in the document and on the EA maps, because there's clarity. If you're in those areas, you need to do a flood risk assessment and everything else. And the areas that were reported of flooding in 2016 are, I imagine, coincide with the information that is shown on the EA maps. It's whether the expectations cover other areas that people aren't going to know about. It's not in the public domain.
Well, as I said, there'll be areas that aren't known about because nobody's ever reported them, because they have their reasons for.
So how can we ask an applicant to provide a flood risk assessment if they don't know, if it hasn't been reported?
We're not asking them to do that, but as part of their flood risk assessment, guided initially by this figure on page 197, if in doubt, surely it's common sense that they would pick up the phone and talk to the flood authority. I've got a site in such and such a location. Have you had any reports of flood events there? But again, I reiterate that if it's not on the main watercourse, personally, I wouldn't expect it to have been subject to a flood report in any case. So we're not making any onerous requirements on here. We're just pointing out that it's not only flood risk maps. Of course, those reports coincide with the water course, which coincides with the flood risk map. So it's a bit circular.
Okay. Right.
But the point is, John, sorry, the point of the flood risk report is to highlight that events that go beyond, say, low or medium do happen in such, that looked back on would have been classified as high risk, but theoretically they were medium risk.
Okay, that's fine. I think in terms of the information that you are suggesting needs to be required before a planning application is submitted, are you suggesting that infiltration tests need to be done in respect of any application?
Yes.
In specific areas?
Yes.
And does that need to be done at any particular time of the year? If, for example,
I believe we refer to
if you were to do it when there's a drought on, will it have a different result than, say, if at the moment I can see some standing water on my lawn at the moment?
I'll just refer you to the policy 8C, where we refer to BRE Digest 365. I don't have that at my fingertips to tell you what it says, but we take it that if it's in accordance with those requirements, it's satisfactory.
Right. So, if for example I wanted to put a planning application and in May, would I have to wait till the following winter before being able to do an infiltration test? Do I have to wait till then?
I doubt it. I can't see that would be the case.
Right. Okay, I just wonder if it's connected to the level of groundwater, and that's the purpose of the test. Is in your area, if you've got high groundwater, if you do the test in August, in the middle of a drought, the water table is likely to be lower than if you were to do it in mid-January, for example.
Yeah, I don't think any plan could reasonably ask a developer to wait 11 months or whatever it might be to gather the data.
I can assure you, if it's in terms of doing bat surveys, they do require.
Yes, bat surveys, I agree.
Yeah, Anyway, wanted to ask that question. In terms of planning practice guidance, local authorities are asked to be satisfied at the moment, with the absence of a policy, well, a neighbourhood plan policy, the SUDs are going to be subject to ongoing maintenance and how that's going to be done. Is that information, Chris, that you asked for at the moment somewhere along the approval route, whether it be pre or post application?
Currently, yeah, it is requested at some point through the application. So for major schemes, it is more of an important. It is asked for within the application in terms of the principles. But often it is part of the condition that ourselves.
I want to come on to that at the moment. Is the practice at the moment that when a planning application is submitted, that you require to see the drainage drainage strategy and or drainage details, or is it something that you need to be satisfied that there's a technical solution and you then cover it by conditions. Can you tell us how it operates at the moment?
Okay. Yeah, it would be the latter. I mean, from our point of view, as long as we've got enough information and detail to come to the conclusion that a drainage scheme, a suitable and appropriate drainage scheme, is achievable on site. So, in principle, it is achievable. We're not going to get to either a reserve matter stage or a condition, and it's not feasible at all. Then we would condition it. That's in line with general guidance and practice in terms of being proactive. I think that's reasonable. I think the key test is it achievable? Can you get an appropriate drainage scheme on site that meets all those tests? And it doesn't need to be a detailed, full, detailed scheme. I think it was said in our response, there's a lot of work and tests, a lot of information and collaboration between experts to get to that point. And we feel that's not reasonable at the application stage. It is once the applicant's got certainty, once they've got either a principle or some certainty on a commission, and in our view that's the purpose of a condition. You've got the kind of outline of the principles of a drainage strategy. That's something that can be approved by a condition.
In my experience, particularly on the larger housing schemes, a developer will know from the outset whether they're likely to have a drainage strategy, and know whether, for example, if you're dealing with housing areas, that they'll put swales, storage ponds and such like as part of the landscaping scheme, and try and get away with calling it public open space as well, needless to say, and get double benefit. And in which case they will know, but sometimes you may get smaller developments where they will have to engage specialist consultants to do the design of it, which can cost many thousands of pounds. Chris?
Yeah, again, there seems to be a concentration on major sites and forgetting about the smaller ones that come forward in Saham. But even on the major ones, I would say, I've looked at Watton, not because it's our parish, but because it's got more examples of major, and I mean, 100+ housing developments. And they've suffered similar problems. The local flood group reports on that regularly, where these details haven't been looked into in any depth until conditioning. It's then too late to refuse the application. Less attention is given to them at discharge of condition stage, and the end result is approved developments built out that themselves flood and add to flood risk elsewhere, and that is most clearly not the intention of NPPF or EMV 09, and yet it is what happens by the current practice, shall I call it. So,
can I ask, are you suggesting that those details should have been, in the case of the developments at Watton, agreed at the application stage, in which case they could equally have been approved on the basis of the details that were subsequently built out and shown to be inadequate? Or are you suggesting that it was the difference that they should refuse it because the land shouldn't be developed?
I'm suggesting...
Or are you suggesting that they're just refusing it because they're putting an inadequate drainage scheme, in which case could they not approve the principle of housing on that site, but refuse the adequacy of the drainage scheme?
I'm suggesting that it would have been better perhaps to follow the guidance of the Flood Authority, the National SUDS Manual, the Anglian Water SUDS Manual, all of which recommend a wide range of drainage related documents be submitted for review with applications at the various stages, and they break it down into what level of information and what types of information are needed at each stage. And I wouldn't wish to go beyond what they suggest. They're the experts in the field, but that clearly doesn't happen. Secondly, there's this wish for certainty, and i.e. a developer doesn't invest in time and money in researching the drainage system until later in the day. Well, that again, has not been shown to work in practice in our area. The cost expended is no more, no less. You've got to go through the same work. So it is only the fact that, as you said, the developer has a bit more certainty in undertaking that work. But I would argue, sorry, John, can I finish? I would argue that the developer would have more certainty of achieving approval if he demonstrated compliance. Now, finally, the last thing about those approved developments I mentioned, yes, they were approved, but they were approved in the context of ENV 09, which, as we've stated, in our opinion locally, does not go far enough. If Watton had a made neighbourhood plan with policies similar to ours, I think the outcome may have been different for those developments.
Okay. In terms of what you said, that the developers are going to have to bear the costs of the study and the design of the system, whatever happens. But if he goes to the costs of designing the flood scheme and the scheme is being refused on countryside landscape grounds or grounds that impact on ecological designations or any other reasons where there's an element of doubt, then that is abortive expenditure, rather than if you do it as a post-approval, then the design, as long as you're the planners can be satisfied that the site can be satisfactorily designed to accommodate surface water drainage, then the actual design of that system can happen once he's got the certainty that a planning commission is granted, rather than going to all the expense of having to submit all this information and is rejected on completely different grounds.
This is not a big expense, in my opinion, for a small site, A. B, you could make that same argument that there's no need to do an ecological assessment because that's money spent when the principle of development hasn't been done, and nobody suggests that ecological assessments are done after permission is granted.
It affects the principle of whether the development should take place.
And yeah, I'll let Rachel come in a minute, just to add, I've lost my thread. You come in, Rachel, and I'll come back to what I was thinking.
Thank you. I was just going to remind people about the pre-application process, which is where generally the principle of consent can be established where it's not clear-cut in the local plan or neighbourhood plan.
Yeah, okay. And yes, I was going to go on to say that, there's a reason that the Flood Authority asked for this information pre-permission. I'm not going to put words in their mouth as to those reasons, but they put it in writing, and they are the specialists in this field, so I feel they should be listened to.
Okay. I've got a specific...
Sorry, John, I did lose my thread, excuse me, but what I also wanted to say is that the Flood Authority points out that if a scheme is only looked into after permission, it may well be too late to implement the best or an appropriate scheme, because other aspects of the layouts will drive a particular drainage solution which may not have been the best solution. And that's reinforced with the conditions approach, and I'm not going to say it happens every time, but I've looked back on a range of Saham applications where drainage is dealt with by condition, and the condition generally uses words such as no work above foundation level or first level will be carried out until discharge of this condition. Well, again, if you put in foundation in the first floor or whatever, you're potentially hindering the best solution, because that may be on land that should have been the drainage area.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah, just going back to conversations probably a few minutes ago now on clarity on how people can access information on level of flood risk in Toney at any one time. The map, figure 8A.1 on page 197, shows watercourse. The Environment Agency, as we all know, we've discussed it, have got available maps on current surface water flooding, and we talked about that earlier. And they are an important source. I know that the lead local flood authority have responded to this consultation, Reg 16 consultation, requesting that those maps actually feature in the neighbourhood plan. I don't know if that will help with the implementation of policy EMB09 and the other policies in this neighbourhood plan, but I think there is a problem that people aren't easily recognising where on the minor sites where there is an issue of surface water flood risk. The reason the maps aren't in the plan, I think the group decided because of the shape of the parish, they're quite difficult to I mean, it comes back to usability and trying to be concise as possible. And the other point is, of course, they change over time, but I don't know whether there's a role in bringing that, making that information more clear for users of this document.
Or could the plan just refer to the most up-to-date Environment Agency flood map?
It does.
The online facility. What I'm trying to do is to get the clarity as to where these policies bite, as opposed to other parts of the policy where we talk about, the plans don't necessarily show all the data because people don't report it, and then potentially people won't necessarily be doing the investigation or whatever. So if that could be a way for Rachel.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The policy should definitely bite where we know there is flood risk in the parish. Coming back to the NPPF, I just want to highlight paragraph 65 says 165 says that the major development proposals should all incorporate sustainable drainage systems. It doesn't say only, it says they have to. And then the earlier paragraph 163, says where you know there is flood risk, you should be incorporating sustainable drainage systems unless there is clear evidence that this would be appropriate. The principle needs to be applied. It is the principle that seems to be in policy EMB09, but it doesn't seem to be happening in practice. And hence there's a role for the neighbourhood plan.
And if I guess the cynic in me saying if they're not implementing existing policy, are they more likely to be implementing it once it's in another document?
Well, yeah, I think this comes back to the question of ambiguity in policy wording and a local policy plan responding to local specific issues. It makes it more tangible and more real, doesn't it? So maybe this is the best place to articulate that. But of course, I also wanted to highlight that changes in MPPF on flood risk and how important it is, and it has a growing role. I mean, in paragraph 11 of the MPPF, in the footnotes, it is one of the issues on which you should absolutely be refusing a planning application. It's not based on 5 years. For plan making, you approve policies, you approve proposals as long as they accord with the development plan, subject to exceptions. And one of those exceptions in the footnote is flood risk.
But as you're aware, Rachel, that you are prepared to countenance development in the flood areas if it's adequately mitigated.
Well, those site allocations have all that work has been done to support those site allocations, and the same is expected of other applications too.
Right. Okay.
Could I please, John, just one point?
Yeah, yes, please. I'm looking at something, so I'm looking down.
Okay.
I am listening.
I just want to make clear that, you know, we're in no way implying that Brecon Council is not applying policy EMV 09. What we're saying is it has some areas of ambiguity and it doesn't go far enough into enough detail. So, yes, you know, applications are passing that and still leading to flood risk. It's being applied as written, but it's not achieving the desired effect.
Just in terms of clarity of the parish council's position, can I take you to page 193?
Yeah.
And this is talking about surface water drainage strategies.
Yeah.
It's the penultimate paragraph. The level of detail presented shall be proportionate to the size of the proposed scheme and the severity of the flood risk at the proposed site. The strategy, including any necessary flood risk mitigation measures, should be agreed as a condition of the development before any work commences on site and implemented before new development is connected to the drainage scheme.
We, in our lack of professionalism on planning, perhaps, or lack of being professionals, we don't and haven't used that word as a planning condition. We're using it in the more broad English sense of, yeah, because, you know, apart from our lack of understanding, you know, it was made clear and we reacted to representations that it's not for a neighbourhood plan to specify what planning conditions should be applied to an application.
I think the importance is at what stage the technical design is required, whether it can be done prior to the principle of the development being established, or whether it can be done by way of a planning condition. And clearly the significance of that, you know, reading that, you're suggesting that it should be agreed, no, you want a different word?
Well, if clearly if it's been misunderstood, a different word would be sensible.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But, you know, I would say, John, as well, it's our opinion there is a place for conditions. I think what we're aiming to do is just shift the balance. So all the things that are of key importance are addressed before that permission is given. And the things that get into the real nitty-gritty, and I know we disagree with the council about what is nitty-gritty, are still dealt with by conditions later. We're just trying to shift the balance into early certainty.
And it's understanding where we are on that spectrum. I think the planning authority, in accordance with the neighbourhood NPPF and the local plan policy, need to recognise that SUDs are put in where appropriate, that they're capable of addressing the level of risk and ensuring that it's not going to increase flooding elsewhere, and that the actual design of that scheme is dealt with by way of a post-approval condition, in the same way as the example I quoted earlier at the very start of today's hearing, a landscaping scheme. You wouldn't design how many cotoneasters per square metre you'd be planting. That would be done post planning, in the same way as if you were dealing with the specifications of a lighting scheme on a pitch where you want to have control over that. The number of lumens, the lights will be dealt with as a post approval. In terms of sound attenuation or whatever, they will be dealt with in terms of how you're going to deal with land contamination. Once you're satisfied that the method, that the land can be decontaminated in a particular way, then the actual method of doing it is designed with a remediation strategy that is submitted to and is approved by the local planning authority, and there is mechanisms for appealing if that consent is refused or approved. And I think that really is the heart of the crux of the difference.
And John, I would say we're not spelling it out in the way you've outlined. We're not asking for the actual design detail, but we're asking for a certain approach to be taken that is recognised as achieving satisfactory outcomes.
Well, Chris, let's look at policy 8H.
Yes, I was going to come on and say that is perhaps where your focus is.
Right. When studies are proposed as part of a new development scheme, all necessary studies, design, data and calculations shall be presented with proposals, giving an appropriate level of detail in order to demonstrate that the system will function satisfactorily through the lifetime. Okay. Are you saying that that information can be submitted after the planning application?
I'm saying, the very essential words there are all necessary and appropriate level of detail, which will differ for each and every proposal. But
I need to understand this. Do you need to have calculations to demonstrate that the proposed method will work before a housing development is?
In certain aspects, we need calculations to show that runoff rate and volume are satisfactory. Those need to be based on satisfactory infiltration tests. They need to have included climate change, and so on and so forth.
The point is that you're asking for that information before the approval of the development, rather than the approval of that particular drainage scheme.
With perfectly adequate flexibility and appropriate level of detail to demonstrate satisfactory performance, necessary design data.
But isn't the question is that at the heart of whether the planning permission should be granted for the land, as opposed to whether it is consenting to the adequacy of the proposed.
Okay. Let me say this. Under the alternate option to our policies, permission has been granted. There's no going back on that. An unsatisfactory scheme comes forward. I know the theory is it will go the rounds and be worked until it is satisfactory, but that is absolutely not the practice and experience in Saham Toney. And especially on small sites, very, very, very flimsy information is given to discharge conditions. At the planning committee recently, Breckland Council as Director of Planning made a little presentation on conditions and their enforcement and said they do not undertake any monitoring of conditions being met. They have no resources to enforce conditions. So things slip through. I'm not being immodest, but there's been recent applications that have gone through or been put forward as, in order to discharge the surface water drainage condition, a suitable soakaway will be placed in the rear garden. Now, unless Saham Toney Neighbourhood Plan Group had commented on that, I don't believe anything more would have been forthcoming. And it's not my role or the parish council's role to be the final backstop that something is satisfactory. That's the role of policies. These policies still, let me ask this, if you're going to discharge a condition but you haven't got a policy, against what criteria are you going to discharge that condition? There are none. You're discharging it against ENV 09, which doesn't cut the mustard, I'm sorry to say, in that respect.
Thank you for that. Can I ask a question in terms of, and it probably a question for both of you, the parish and Breckland, in the issue of protecting in a flood event, protecting the quality of water hitting the receiving water body.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is how in a flood situation where there's a flash flood and water is going across the site or from a site down a river, how a decision maker can know whether that scheme is adequate to not have an impact on a ecology site downstream.
Because that's the task of the applicant to demonstrate it will not have that. And so simply the role of the development officer is to satisfy themselves that the developer has demonstrated that requirement. The development management officer is not required to make that assessment by himself from nothing. He's
right. If surface water is going across a development site, surface water, is it that the water coming onto the development site then has to be treated in some way, or filtration or whatever? I don't understand.
This is where
it's all pretty disgusting and horrible, and everything else from my experience, and trying to put in some kind of suds, reed beds or whatever is when it comes to those types of flood events, water comes onto the site, through the site, downstream of the site, and it eventually ends up in Pevensey marshes or wherever there is a requirement. What I don't know is how a sub-scheme can guarantee that it won't, a surface water flood will not adversely affect life downstream.
This is a clear example where we don't go into prescriptive detail. This is covered in things like the Flood Authority's guidance and more relevantly the National SUDS Manual. And there are, beyond my expertise, a range of methods to ensure water quality. A developer either knows that himself or would employ a suitable consultant who can look into that. We're just asking that the scheme ensures that water quality is maintained, which is a fundamental requirement. We're not saying do it by method A, B or C. You just come up with a method that's satisfactory.
Okay. Chris, have you got any comments from a practical point of view?
Yeah, from a practical point of view, again, certainty, we can't guarantee certainty because I think as you alluded to, you can't guarantee in terms of in exceedance of events that the water will go in a particular location will be treated in a particular way.
An exceedance
event just makes a reasonable expectation on applicants.
I take your point about exceedance events, and they're different from the rest. And it might be sensible to make that distinction in policy 8E, because exceedance events are covered elsewhere. But in a general event, day-to-day surface water runoff, it is most definitely a requirement that water quality is protected.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Right. I have now come to the end of my questions.
Okay. John, sorry to interrupt. Could I just pass on one piece of info that relates to drainage before you move on? And this is purely, I'm the messenger, don't shoot me, but during the break I had an email from the Vice Chairman of Yaxham Parish Council who have a MAID plan, and she just wanted to point out that when you ask the question of is Saham Toney the only plan in the area that has drainage policies, she's pointing out that Yaxham has 2 policies on the subject and Mattershall has 1.
Okay. Susan, can you help on that?
Yeah, I mean, there are policies on it, but they don't approach it in the way that Saham Toney has. It's more of a sort of standard policy approach, and so I thought you asked me a question about the level of detail, and then in terms of the approach the parish was taking, that Saham Toney was taking, I said it's different from the others. There's no other parish.
That's fine. Okay. I think we have now dealt with the 4 issues. I would like, clearly, if there's any other contributions that anyone wishes to make, I'm happy to take them on board. Just to say that I will be making a site visit as soon as I can. I'm looking forward to coming up to your part of the world. And if there are issues arising from what I see on the site visit, then I will do an additional note and ask for that information. I will be surprised if it was an issue that required another Zoom the Teams session, but if necessary, I will do that. But I would anticipate it may be just written responses. Chris,
yeah, just if I can very briefly rewind back to the question of allocated site capacities. One important point I did overlook. Those numbers are also guided, I did say, by the original developer or landowner proposals. But more to the point, we went through a similar thought process to yourself about could we have a small terrace, could we have, semi-detached, could we have whatever to increase the number of dwellings. And we discussed that fully with the site owners. We put it to them that they might like to do that. We then, as you know, put the policies out for their agreement, and without that agreement I understand that a site couldn't be considered deliverable and developable, and they did not agree to increasing the capacities they put forward originally.
Can I ask, when you all the responses I saw were using the word deliverable and viable, the sites. Have they actually said in every case that they are happy with the wording of the policy end of the plan, or merely that they are happy that the site is being allocated and can be delivered to meet the test of housing supply?
Okay, at earlier stages, yes, they agreed the wording. Where we've adapted the wording as consultations have gone on, we've made them aware. It's important to stress that these are farmers, people who are about to retire and things like that. They're not developers, so they don't necessarily use the terminology that you might hope for, and we wouldn't want to write their responses for them. I'll be entirely honest, in the second Regulation 14 consultation, one landowner who was responsible for 2 of the sites did object to a number of the criterion proposed. We gave our reasons why we didn't accept most of those in the consultation statement. We put out the amended policy before Reg 14 directly to them and their agent, and again at Reg 16. You know, I know it's maybe not as strong as written statement. I agree with the policies, but there's the old saying that silence implies assent. They had the chance to make representations at those 2 later consultations and didn't do, and those cases particularly did have the services of a development agent, so they had professional help and would have taken that into account when responding that the site was deliverable, available, or whatever wording they chose to use. But in all other cases, you know, it was a very cooperative process with each landowner. They all at each stages have made their suggestions. We've adapted policies and they've come out of it being happy with the wording. Now, if it would help that we write to them and ask them, I would ask that you ask the question that we should ask, so you get an answer.
I'm not necessarily suggesting that is information. I was just seeking to clarify, because when I asked the question before about the landowners, the answer came back in the form that it was asked.
Yes.
That, and they've done that, and that's fine. I just wanted to understand that. Okay. Any other contributions? In which case, we've been. I think we've had a good session. And I'd like to thank you all for your time and patience with me. And I've got a lot from today, and it's helped give a context. And I think you can read the document and read the document, and there's a lot to read in this this plan. And it will, but it's useful to actually hear the arguments articulated. And whatever, and I now understand where the parish council is coming from, as well as the views of the planning authority. Susan, if I could ask if you could follow up the note regarding with the housing, your housing colleagues, about the local connection the housing connection policy and how it was integrated into the reference to the neighbourhood plans in the housing allocation policy. If I can have a copy of that.
Yeah, and could you just pick me a sort of a question to ask so I get the focus right?
Yeah. I'll do that. Okay, if there's nothing else anyone wants to offer, then I will formally thank you and declare that the hearing is now closed. I will be, as I say, making my site visit and then preparing my report as soon as I'm able to do so. And thank you for your time.